Moved from Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me an Ameriboo. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. 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 With an effing blammo. 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke, they and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest.
What's going on, everybody?
That chest it
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, April 20th. It's 4:20 blaze up, April 20th, 2023. And I'm live and alive. It's 1:27 p.m. and it's a beautiful day here in sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It is 75 degrees out here, and the vibes are immaculate, like it's a Friday, even though it's not a fucking Friday. It's, as a matter of fact, a Thursday. Anyway, live and alive, and I hope you guys have had a wonderful time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. This is for all my parasocialists out there, and this is what I did in between the time period where I pressed stop streaming and pressed start streaming. That's right. So let's get right into it. What have I done? What have I done? Last night I ended the broadcast, and I went to play a little bit of basketball with Ted Nivision. That's right, Ted Nivision. And I blaze it. How high are you? I am not high at all. Leftover chat is especially horny for the stash today. Nice. Yeah, I ended the broadcast. I ended the broadcast and I went to play basketball. It was probably one of the worst basketball experiences I've had in a long time since I started getting much, much better again. There was a dude who was like super try hard. I mean, he was going fucking bananas mode. He was going crazy out there. Like the type of dude that just, how do you describe it? Like the type of dude who's like really good, is incredibly fucking good, but still will like do everything he can to get real sweaty with it on the courts. Like anytime he's like about to like go out, like he'll drive the ball and then he'll fucking throw it on your knee. He'll try to bounce it off your knee if he's about to go out to try to kick it off on your end. You know what I mean? And that kind of stuff is like super dangerous, especially because like you can, you'll end up like oftentimes like hitting the dude. You know what I mean? He's like fouling, that kind of thing. Like he's like aggressively fouling, yelling at his teammates, calling them pussies, all this shit, right? Super try hard stuff. And he's actually pretty good. So surprising that he was such a massive sweat. But Regardless, was he an old head? No, he was young too, which is usually what you see from old heads. But it was just like he was just starting shit for no reason. It was weird. I didn't like it. And he cooked us. I lost a lot, and I hit my toe, and I fucking hurt it really bad. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Ultimately, you know, still got Ted out there, Theodore. Got him to do a little bit of sweating, a little bit of cardio, which I'm fond of, as you guys know. And then I went to bed. I woke up, and I did the Leftovers podcast. And while we were shooting the Leftovers podcast, I found out that I no longer have my Twitter verified check mark. Devastating. Dude, where's the dogs? That's still happening? Yes. I think the account that was impersonating me has been unfortunately suspended. RIP. I didn't know that was going to happen. Feels bad. I'll be more careful of like memeing along with my stands. So RIP in peace, you know? They didn't actually. I thought Auntie was just memeing. No, they did. They did get suspended, I'm pretty sure. They were talking smack about your basketball game on the latest Yard podcast. Wait, really? What were they talking shit about? That's weird. Especially because I destroyed Ludwig before. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I'll write out a fucking well-crafted blast-off tweet right now. But my cousin is about to be here. So that's exciting. Alec Baldwin's charges have been dropped. America is a shooting gallery and more. Get in now. Forsen has been banned. What happened this time? Did he do a horsecock thing again? Dan Bongino left Fox News, which is devastating. Wait, really? It was another horsecock moment? Anyway, here, we're blasting off. No more verifications. It's 420. Alec Baldwin charges dropped. America's a shooting gallery and more. Horson is back. Freak series of people not doing their jobs and you're good, you're fine, you're free, but jailbreak one fucking switch and it's a slammer. He listened to a horse VTuber sucking cock, like actually? Wait, really? That's insane. The fuck's he doing? Anyway, what is this? Let's watch this thing. Fuck's this about?
Hasan would have 1v3'd you guys.
Hasan?
Yeah.
Definitely not. No.
Do you think he beats you 1v1?
Hasan lumbers like an oaf. Probably.
Does he beat you and Eamon 1v2?
No. Dude, 2v1 is bro. You just one person
pass
runs
it.
away and you pass the ball to them.
Yeah.
Hasan is ogre magi,
Do you
but the
think
dumb head.
defense-wise, you hold him down pretty well?
Hasan?
Yeah.
No.
So if he scores, presumably.
I think this is a pretty fair assessment, other than like the jabs about me being ogre magi or whatever. I think a lot of people underestimate that I do have a light touch due to my unathletic stature when I was younger, especially. So I have a decent fucking I have a decent shoot, a decent shot, a decent shooting capability.
Dude, if he knows how to post, I can do nothing.
Yeah, so 1v2, if he scores and make it take it.
The issue is
How do you
most
stop
of
him?
Hasan's
Yeah,
shots
but
will
eventually
probably.
he's going to get double teamed, and eventually he will shoot and miss, and then all
Yeah.
of a sudden he's against 2 people. It's just
And
like
then- and the
2v1.
ANC
This
will
is a
be
ridiculous
just
question.
doing layups.
I
over
think
and
he could
over.
beat you 1v2.
No, this is
I think
so
I could beat
that
them 1v2
ridiculous.
potentially, but it is very hard for the record. I think it is very hard. As long as I maintain ball control, I could probably beat them. But it is very, very, very hard. It's very hard to beat anybody 1v2 because they're right. Especially if they can shoot, for example. If they have a decent shooter on their team, then I have to get up close and personal and guard them. And if that happens, then the other person will always go back to the paint and you just pass it down to them. And I'm running back and forth in between 2 players. It's going to be a very difficult endeavor. If they can't shoot, then 2v1, not the hardest. It won't be the hardest. Law, we talked about stealing art yesterday, and today I see someone stole my design you wore yesterday. Keck W, RIP, I still agree with you, by the way. There's no way you win 2v1. You'll never get a shot out. One person in between you and the basket, the other pressuring the ball. No, you're wrong about that. Dude, are you kidding me? I am not only tall, but I'm also very big. Therefore, I always get pressured. I always get, what the fuck? You almost got fat albino monkey. Oh my God. I can always post up, and I do have a decent floater. I can shoot. I can shoot well. So, I got that going for me.
Ridiculous.
You're coming at me like I've hit
Wait,
you.
is
It
Aiden
is.
second his brother?
How good does a player have to be? Yeah.
Do they have a
To
do they have
play
a
basketball, beat you
DNA link?
1v2,
Yeah, how good did that to
the
be?
player has to be good enough to
Never miss their shots.
shoot over a double team and make it every time.
I can do that. I give it a 2v1. I give it for a 2v1 against 2 people, I'll give it a 50-50 shot. That's it. I give it a 50-50 shot.
That's how good they have
They
to be.
could
Actually,
never defend your
they
shot
only
once.
have to make it.
No, because
50, over
your
50%
teammate
of the
just
time.
runs
I guess
away and you
I
pass
guess
it
they
to them.
could. I guess they could just like fast break on you and lay up, and you can't double team. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they could just
Well,
like.
if you take either side, there's no way to fast break. They have to
LeBron-
just
Raid said you're not bad. He thought you were only going to post, but he said you have a nice fadeaway and can shoot. Yes, I do. I have a good shot. I have a decent fadeaway. I am lethal from the key. Okay. High post. High post, I'm fucking devastating. I mean, this doesn't count. Like, I played with a handicap. I played left only, and I destroyed him. I cleaned him out.
First of all,
But it's Blau. You know what I mean? Like, it's same with Ludwig. Like, if we're talking about someone who's just like, playing for funsies every now and then, once every 5 years, that's different. Yes. Charlie was also saying you're super good. Yeah. I'm not bad. I'm actually not bad.
I just can't shoot anymore. I have no shot anymore. So like whenever I try to like, just shoot it in on him, like I was hitting the rim. I was getting close. Like whatever. But I just have no shot. He's also like, I'm also pressured when I'm shooting because, you know, I'm fucking trying to huck it over Mount Everest. And then when I actually tried to drive on him, the fucking Attack on Titan theme plays. I get out my fucking whatever grappling fucking guns, fucking, and I'm trying to like scale this guy like I'm Levi, trying to fucking climb up just to fucking lay up a basketball. Fucking multiple of the fucking torpedoes. Trying to fucking, I'm literally Aaron Yeager fucking scaling up a fucking, you know, Titan. And then he literally would just swat it.
Rage is a D3 tier basketball player, so his opinion on you is pretty impressive. I have no fucking recorded footage of me playing decently well on the internet, so if he still thinks that I'm decent, that's great. Most of the shit that everyone has seen of me playing basketball is just my bricks. I'm bricked the fuck up, okay? So, you know, that's
when
great.
I got up there, it was fucking awful. I got smoked.
You barely get off the ground when you jump, though. Anyone over 6 foot who is decent will be able to block your shot. Yeah, that's, you know, not entirely. It's not entirely true because I have a good fadeaway. Anyway, what is the rest?
Push through.
LeBron without even shooting from the 3-point line is going to win.
Yeah, but he has enough weight and competence with his dribble that it's like going to be fine, right? Like sure, and probably like a D1 college player could do the same
on LeBron.
On LeBron?
This is the opposite question. What's the
2v1
best player?
I think if my little brother cherry picks on the other side of the court, we can probably make a basket on LeBron.
Full court 2v1 is insane. Could you take Duke 1v1 or not? I have never seen Duke play. I tried watching how the AMP boys play. Unfortunately, RDC fucking cut that footage like it's the Zapruder film, okay? RDC cut the RDC versus AMP basketball video like in a way that if they had cut the JFK assassination like that, people would literally not even think that JFK was assassinated, okay? It was insane. Like, the way that they cut that fucking video, I was trying to figure out, like, is Duke good? You know what I mean? I was trying to figure out these things, and I could not fucking figure it out because they edited it to shit. Like, they edited it so much. It would literally be, like, mostly RDC pushing, you know, the good offensive maneuvers or the good defensive maneuvers they have. And then they would, like, pin the camera to the scoreboard for a second, and it's, like, 17-3. AMP's winning. I'm like, what the fuck? This looks like an entirely different game. They made a propaganda film. Doc would destroy all these people, including you and Rage, little bro. Yeah, no shit. Dr. Disrespect played D3 and he's 6'8". Of course he would. I don't know if it's easier or worse full court. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if it is easier to play 2v1 against someone like LeBron full court or if it's worse. I actually don't know. It could go either way. I'm not even kidding. LeBron James always lying for no reason. What is this? Well, guess my blue check mark will be gone soon because if you know me, I ain't paying the $5. This account is verified because they're subscribed to Twitter Blue and verified their phone number. What? Dude, what? Okay, stop. Stop. It's probably a fluke. Here's Duke playing.
The last 2-3 weeks, y'all just cheating like a mother. I can do this. You can't do this.
Uh-oh. Right off the jump, my man is wearing pants, okay? This means one of two things. Either he is lethal, an assassin, or he's dog shit. Whenever I see a dude wearing pants on the courts, And more often than not, it means that they're dog shit. But this could be the one unique instance where he's got just lethal capabilities and he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. That was bro. Hey, bro, I can call me down in the hole. Get off me. Get off me. Bro, I can call foul every time, bro.
Let's see. Great shot. He's got a great shot. And it was a fucking, like, oh, it was barely contested, but I know it was a contested shot. That's great.
Wrench is on.
Let's see what else he's got. Oh yeah, no, he's good. Yeah, no, he's very good. He's got a great shot. He can dribble well. He's got good ball handling. He's probably strong too. I mean, he seems very athletic. Stop talking like you know anything about basketball. This is so embarrassing. I would cook you full court. You have no stamina. Shaking my head. Zooming guy, dude. You would be very shocked. No. Everybody thinks because I used to have no fucking stamina, which is true, that like they think that I got nothing. Like I got nothing in the tank. No, man, I can keep up now. Oh, he's just like me, dude. Look at him. He's just like, yeah, that's not gonna go in. Fuck it. Good defense. Good defense, Duke. He's like, yeah, whatever. Playing no D. To be honest, you could not hang in Chicago. Your ass getting kicked off the court. Probably. I mean, I don't know. I play in Los Angeles courts, okay? I don't know. I don't know what California, I don't know how Chicago ball looks like. I've never even really played in Rucker Park either, so I don't know. I don't know how New York is either. People take pickup games too serious, like NBA scouts are watching. Yeah, I know. I hate that. I just want to play for fun, and I want to get like a good workout out of it, you know? I mean, these guys are all pretty good. Like, this is definitely better. This is definitely better basketball than what we had seen when we were watching the RDC AMP video. Like, they're...
We punished you 2 times last week. We just punished you 2 times last week. Pass back too.
Stop it. You just counting on your wins though.
No.
You been kicking my ass.
Yeah, you been on. I'm gonna tell you who been with you. Fucking crazy.
Okay, I want to see more of him. What the fuck? Yeah, he's very good. He's fast. He's got decent ball handling. I don't know what his like. I can't tell from a game like this what his game IQ looks like if we're playing fucking 5v5 or anything like that. But he's got all the basics down really well. Like, he probably cooked my ass. He's much faster than me, I assume. He would probably, you know, playing a bunch of scrubs. No, the people that decent dude would break your ankles. I'm saying from like the incredibly limited fucking videos that I've seen, he's very good. He's like really fucking good. And I'm also admitting that he would probably, I don't think any of these guys are scrubs, for the record. From, again, the limited amount I've seen. I mean, look. This is great. Here. That was a terrible shot, but the shot looks great. Look at that. His shot is really good. It's very clean. Like, he has a really good shot. Only dumbasses look at a fucking fadeaway 3-pointer like that and go, oh, it airballed. He obviously sucks. It didn't go in. It's not. I'm not looking at whether or not he's going to make it, dummies. I'm looking at his fucking form, and his form is great. He has a great shot. And a lot of these other guys are pretty good too. Wait, what the fuck? That dude got Oh my God, bro. Yeah, people are like, these guys are scrubs. Meanwhile, this dude is flying. Look at that. Look. Look at that. That's insane. How many people in here you think actually play ball? I put it at like 5 to 10% of chat, maybe. People don't understand there's playing basketball knowledge like you have and watching basketball knowledge. You obviously know what you're talking about. Yes. Anyway, let's. He dunked on someone? What? Okay, that's like that's an 8-foot, right? That's an 8-footer. There's no fucking way. What the fuck? Oh, it's one of those it's trampolines. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? You should try that out. I don't know how to play on that shit. Chat, why are you getting so aggressive about basketball? It's not political. So chat thinks this is not like in my realm of commentary where I'm like knowledgeable or have demonstrated that I know what I'm talking about. So they just think that like this is an area. It's like video games. When I have like good takes about video games, chat will still go along with the narrative that it's bad just for the purpose of like debating it because they can't get it in like politics where I slam on them. So anything that's outside of the field of politics, when I'm doing commentary on it, they're like, this is my opportunity to fucking, own him. Puppy stream on Sunday? Yes. And also chat does like winding me up. When it comes to sports, there are a lot of couch all-stars who have perfected the game. Yeah. I am going to vlog it and then I'm going to stream it afterwards, hopefully. There are some additional things that have happened, unfortunately, that might put a cudgel in the plan. But my goal is to vlog the puppy extraction. I'm not going to stream it because, like, I don't want this fucking random family to get, like, doxxed and shit. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to give... that's the reason why I've, like, kept it very private as well. I don't want you guys to, I'm not gonna give any information because I don't want motherfuckers to just like lose their shit. I know that there are a lot of people both in my hater community and in my stan community that can't control their fucking urges, and they behave in the same way that they do towards me, towards others who I interact with in the normie space, and I am not going to do that. Just vlog it if they're fine with it. Yeah, even in the vlog, I'm not going to show the people at all. Fucking Glenn Greenwald has proven how fucking deranged haters are doxers. Yeah. Do you see that your video you posted by the Elon Tucker interview was taken down? It was? I did not see that, no. People, I guess, like the porn stash on leftovers. So, love that. LeBron decided to drop a play for himself after the timeout. He's had enough.
So this is something Darvin Ham talked to us about prior to the game, that, hey, if LeBron James has a really good idea out of a timeout, yeah, we're going to run it.
And you know, he backed it up right there.
There you go. The GOAT. GOAT. Actual video of Duke windmill dunking? No shot. That's insane. I mean, yeah, he'll destroy me. I would love to play with him though. I love playing with people that are better than me. But yeah, he's baby windmill. Bro, he's a casual, dude. What the fuck are you talking about, baby windmill? You can't even windmill dunk into the fucking trash, the crumpled jerk-off napkin you have in your hands. Shut the fuck up. That's insane, dude. Bitch, do any kind of windmill. Exactly. Why are people like this? Why? What the fuck? This is incredible, dude. I think people basically watch NBA and think like their understanding of like basketball is just like completely warped, and they don't play on the streets, so they have no idea what like the average person's capabilities are. So they have no way of like assessing how they would behave against like someone who has played organized professional basketball his whole fucking life. Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, he's great. Look, I'd love to play with those guys. Mark Phillips, fucking respond to my text messages, bitch. We were supposed to set something up for DreamCon. What's going on? That's all I got to say. He was like super stoked. Yeah. You're not blazing today? No. I don't play basketball at all. Play football, soccer, a shit ton, and even I know that was impressive. Yeah. Yes, I'm planning on going to DreamCon, unless it conflicts with other things that I have going on. And we're supposed to ball when I'm there. I am very excited about that. The basketball video with Charlie will come out soon. Depends on Austinox. When he's done impersonating me on Twitter, hopefully he can fucking whip up an edit and you know, put it on the page on the second channel. We're waiting. Was Charlie any good? Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, he's got a decent shot. He's very good at ball handling. You know, he is good.
Tell everyone.
Oh, by the way, all right, let's get to the news. In the least surprising bit of news of all time, another HasanAbi certified lock, another I called it moment. Charges have been dropped against Alec Baldwin in the Rush shooting. Yeah, of course they have. That was an insane thing to even fucking add, you clout demon prosecutor. Okay? You're contradicting yourself by saying people don't have an understanding of regular ball players versus NBA, but you think you can win a 1v2? Yeah, I said I have a 50-50 shot depending on whether I can control the ball the entire time. That is the most reasonable assessment of all time. What do you mean? If it's a half court game, not full court, and I have ball control the entire fucking time, like I'm posting up and you know, taking decent shots, because I do have a good you know, I do have a decent fadeaway from the top of the key, especially, you know. So if you're winning, you'll win, is what you're saying? Well, because people make it seem like it's a 100%. They're like, oh yeah, you'll definitely lose is 2v1. And I'm saying that's not the case. I can try it. Like I'd be down to try that out. I probably lose, but like I said, it's entirely dependent on how much control I have. Like if I lose the ball, then it's entirely dependent on how well they can shoot. Because otherwise, I'm just going to do like a single man zone and just cover the paint and let them take outside shots with the hopes that they miss and then keep controlling the ball. Anyway, we're moving on from this, though. We're done. We're going to get back to this fucking clout demon DA or clout demon prosecutor who, you know, decided to add Alec Baldwin to the fucking crime Goes to show how little they give a shit about crime in general. Well, you know, crazy. Absolutely unimaginable. Like, can you imagine if I was like, yeah, going forward at the top of the hour, you know, subscribers are also going to see the 3-minute ad breaks. You'd be like, no, that's fucked up. You know, there's a rule of law here. It's fucked up. But don't worry. At the top of the hour, there is a rule of law. There's law and order. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But there is a 3-minute ad break coming for you regardless at the top of the hour, right? It's only 3 minutes. Maybe you can eat it. Maybe you can watch it. Sometimes it's shorter. Or you can avoid it by getting gifted a sub as well. A Terrible Stranger and DNO404, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Collectively giving 10 people the opportunity to avoid the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I saw on Twitter you're selling laptops, greedy ass socialists. I hate this meme. I just straight up hate this meme because I like don't know if my account has actually been fucking hacked and you guys are like memeing, or if it's someone impersonating me, and it seems like it's someone impersonating me again. Oh, for the record, the I'm gay tweet already got clapped. Unfortunately, Hasan the Hun got suspended. I feel bad. That was not my intention. So be more careful. That was me, lol. This is Austy's PFP for you. Yeah, I saw. I know. I hope he doesn't get clapped. Anyway. Yeah, but let's get to the Alec Baldwin news.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We are coming on the air with some breaking news this hour. We have just learned that all charges are going to be dropped against award-winning actor Alec Baldwin. This comes on the day that his movie Rust was set to resume following that fatal on-set shooting. Our investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, joining us with more. What do we know, Aaron?
Kira, word came to us via sources just moments ago that the 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter against Alec Baldwin in connection with the shooting that killed Helena Hutchins on the set of Rust in New Mexico are going to be dropped. We now have a statement from Alec Baldwin's attorneys saying, we are pleased with the decision to dismiss the case against Alec Baldwin, and we encourage a proper investigation into the facts and circumstances of this tragic accident. That statement from the attorneys for Alec Baldwin, Luke Nikas and Alex Spiro, just moments ago. Baldwin had been charged with those 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter that had accused him of ignoring safety standards that are supposed to be the protocol for movie sets. They also really said that Alec Baldwin was negligent as the lead producer on the film, and there were enhancements included in those charges, Kira, that would have called for some significant prison time had he been found guilty.
Yeah, that would have been insane. Like, that would have been absolutely insane. Guys, I talked about this at the time, and everybody got fucking mad at me, but like, as an individual actor, charging him for this is insane. As a producer, potentially, it's like almost a RICO in that regard, where like you have to prove like a deliberate attempt, and I guess you could do that technically. But here's your 2-hour take when these charges first drop. Yeah, I fucking talked about this endlessly, and motherfuckers yelled at me about it. I was like, there's no fucking way. What is this? Amazing. Rule number 1 of gun safety violated for a movie shot. That's crazy. Like, people were losing it, debating me on this over and over again. As I said, the Santa Fe district attorney was just an absolute fucking clout demon. I was right. And she ended up going on Fox News to talk about, to talk to Sean Hannity about it and stuff. It's just so silly. Chat was being so fucking dense during that discussion, painfully dense. Yeah.
Attorneys have always said, and Baldwin told ABC's George Stephanopoulos that he did not pull the trigger. That's not how he operates, and that he had no reason to believe that there would be a live round in the chamber of the gun. And now the prosecutor in New Mexico has dropped those 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
He owned the production company El Dorado. They cut safety corners if you advocate for Norfolk Southern to be held criminally liable. How is this any different? Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Do you understand what I said? I said cost cutting, corner cutting is absolutely something you could get him on and hold him potentially criminally liable. Okay. But like the operational procedures here that he paid for as a producer that are relatively simple operational procedures that the armorer should have fucking followed through on, they didn't. Okay, a lesser known producer would have probably been blacklisted and charged. No. You're wrong. Cost cutting and that stuff would not be warrant criminal liability. No, in the world that we live in, cost cutting does not warrant criminal liability. Okay? That's the difference. There's a difference between what I think should happen versus what I know will happen. Okay? When I'm talking about what I know will happen, yes, I knew and called that like it was insane to fucking criminally consider him criminally liable. People tried to make the argument that like, you know, actors should actually unload the gun and check it themselves. Why would the fuck would there be an armorer or a person handling these lethal props if that was the case? The moment that a fucking actor handles the gun themselves, you already have destroyed that. You've destroyed the safety measures that are put in place in the industry. I had this argument over and over again, and for some weird reason, people refuse to see it. Okay? Yeah. Decent take, but like they didn't charge him for negligence because of his company. They charged him personally for manslaughter because he pulled the trigger. Exactly. It was silly. It was stupid. It was a ridiculous fucking charge. Okay? Forgot you put white celebrities on a pedestal. I am going to get on the set of Rust to be the next person that Alec Baldwin pulls the trigger on. If this is the audience I've cultivated for myself, okay? It is absolutely unimaginable that like people just see shapes, colors, and sizes. They are so used to arguing on the internet, not on the virtue of what is truthful, what is correct, but instead immediately, oh, he's white. Fuck Alec Baldwin, okay? Suck my fucking dick, you dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up. I do not give a fuck about Alec Baldwin, okay? If you think I'm defending Alec Baldwin here because he's some white celebrity, you are the most delusional moron I have ever seen in my entire life. Okay? Just remember, it's a loud minority of your community. I know, and I wish that they just did not exist in my fucking community. Or if they were going to exist in my community, they just knew to shut the ever-loving fuck up. Okay? Especially when they're in the fucking wrong. Huh. You don't know anything about how these sets operate. You don't know the protocols. You didn't listen to me when I talked about it extensively. And of course, you're in here. Oh, it's a new account, Andy, auto-flagged by the system. Hard to say it's a community member. Yeah, it's probably fucking a dumbass coming in here with a sock account to like stir shit up. This is what like a lot of pathetic losers do because they have nothing better going on in their fucking lives. Anyway. I used to get annoyed when you started going at people, but since watching the deprogram interview, I've realized how much you practice this shit over years, and I cannot know. What? Anyway. Alec Baldwin cutting corners on safety protocols and it leading to an innocent woman dying. He was the producer on the set and he should be held liable. I don't have a disagreement with you there. I think that cost-cutting measures, especially when the fucking unionized producers are literally, the unionized people that are walking. I heard you patternized, Gideon. Is this true? Just clearing doubts? Patternized. Bro, y'all are not even trying. I had like a fucking almost hour-long conversation with Gideon. Like I talk to Gideon all the fucking time. No, I didn't patronize. I think the word you're looking for is patronize. Okay? Which is like I big broed him. Okay? That's what the word you're looking for. And that is for take a week off. From like last year.
The special prosecutor in the case had already resigned, and now we learned that the whole case against Alec Baldwin is going away. Kira.
And our Kana Whitworth out of Los Angeles now. Kana, what does this mean for Baldwin's co-defendant and ex-Rust armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed? I mean, charges still stand against her, right? It looks like it's falling on her now.
Kira, you're exactly right. So while Baldwin is breathing a sigh of relief here, all things are still moving forward with this armor, with Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Nothing has changed for her at this moment. She is facing this count of involuntary manslaughter, and she will still stand trial at this point. And again, that trial, the preliminary part of it is set to start on May 3rd. And so we have called out to the DA's office there. We are waiting for a statement from them, but we have not heard that yet. So again, as you mentioned, Kira, all things right now are falling directly in the lap of the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who still faces her charges. We also want to point out, too, that we, of course, can't forget about Dave Halls. He was in charge of safety on the set, and a reminder that he has already accepted a plea deal there. He was sentenced to 6 months of unsupervised probation for the negligent discharge of that firearm on the set of Rust. So as we watch this go forward now, all eyes there, of course, Kira, are on Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
All right, Kana Whitworth, also our Aaron Katursky, thank you so much. I'm Kira Phillips. You can join me back on ABC News Live for more, and of course tonight on World News with David Muir.
In other news, we are now moving on to Elon Musk, who had a pretty important rocket launch, which unfortunately exploded and failed. As much as I hate Elon Musk, I don't hate the fucking engineers that work at SpaceX. They're working their goddamn best. Fuck Elon Musk and all, but I think the final frontier is achievable. It is well within our. It's something that we can. It's something that we should continue focusing on. I think it's a great thing overall. I'm a fan of SpaceX and what they do. It's all NASA JPL shit anyway. But at least it launched, so that's a bit of a success.
Following some breaking news this hour, SpaceX's Starship rocket.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
The company is calling it a, quote, rapidly unscheduled disassembly, which means to you and me, the launch was a failure. Short time ago, SpaceX launched the Starship rocket. The hope is that it will eventually take people to the moon and someday even Mars. CBS News space analyst Bill Harwood is at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida following this for us. Bill, thanks for joining us.
What happened?
Yeah, so tell us what happened.
Well, we're not sure yet what happened, but in the lead up to this launch, on SpaceX's webpage, they put a countdown up, and they said when it got to 0, excitement guaranteed. And it certainly was that. The rocket did take off, which was a major accomplishment. It cleared the tower. It appeared that a few of the 33 first-stage engines were not firing. Not clear if that's a malfunction or intentional. And then just before 2 minutes into flight, the exhaust plume out of the base of the rocket sort of went asymmetrical. You could tell it was no longer as symmetric as it had been. And a few seconds after that, it started a slow tumble and then exploded. We think the automatic self-destruct system activated. But we called it a failure at the top of the show. It's really maybe a successful failure is one way to put it. I mean, you know, it's the first flight of a rocket this big, biggest rocket ever built. And the fact that they got it up at all was fairly impressive. They'll learn from this and they'll try again.
I guess that is how this sort of stuff works, right?
But Elon Musk just tweeted, "Congrats, SpaceX team, on an exciting test launch of the Starship."
How
Learned a
long ago did
lot.
he tweet that?
1 minute ago.
Oh.
Yeah, controversial opinion, but like, this is normal, and it's not bad, and it's gonna keep happening until it no longer happens. That's kind of how this works. You know what I mean? Fuck Elon Musk, but you know, yeah. Welcome to aerospace engineering. Exactly. I don't know. Like, as much as I love shitting on Elon Musk, the reality is that this is how these kind of launches work. And this is part of the reason why, regardless of how much fucking people hate Elon Musk, even people like my brother will still say, at the very least, SpaceX is like able to make these kinds of things without additional government scrutiny and oversight as a private company. That is the one advantage that SpaceX has over NASA, because a lot of people look at this and go, what a big waste of fucking funds. Oh my God, another fucking spaceship blew up. And while SpaceX literally currently works with government funding, because it's done under the veneer of like a private corporation, people don't have that same level of scrutiny towards it. So SpaceX can get away with a lot of launch, with a lot of failures like this. And, that's how aerospace engineering works. There's a shit ton of failure until it basically works. And then it's no longer a failure. You know? L-Take. What is this? Environmentalists and Native American tribe rebuke SpaceX ahead of historic. Oh, yeah. There is this component, by the way. The issue here is that the place that they're actually launching from what I understand, is that here, SpaceX elected to build its launch site in the middle of a one-of-its-kind preserve for migratory seabirds, some of which travel thousands of miles to lay eggs there. So that element of it is like actually fucked up. I will say that is actually fucked up. Because anytime you do stuff like this, you have to be very careful. A big chunk hit a car parked nearby. Wait, really? What the fuck? Is that real? Lib take, to be honest? What do you mean? What's a lib take? They're deliberately under-promising? So SpaceX doesn't take government money? No, of course they do. Of course they take government money. The thing is, they don't have the same scrutiny that NASA does because it's not directly funded by the government. Bro, back in the day, when all space travel was conducted in-house by NASA, the types of shit that congresspersons would get away with was absolutely insane. I wish for a world in which government funding and NASA could, keep doing what it's been doing. But unfortunately, people consider that to be, something that you can play political football with. Oh, why the fuck are we spending so much money on space travel when we got people that are like, dying on the streets, people that are starving, that kind of stuff. Reasonable arguments like that can be launched towards this kind of thing and then there's also unreasonable arguments from the right. Bro, guys, I'll tell you something. There is a literal fucking congressperson who was in charge of NASA funding, who was a right-wing freak that actually literally flew in a spaceship, okay? Specifically because he was like, I personally think he wanted to do it. He was a pilot, okay? And I think he wanted to do it personally. And he used his power that he had in Congress to literally go and engage in space travel. Okay? No, it wasn't Mark Kelly, weirdos. Mark Kelly is an astronaut. So is his twin brother. I'm talking about a guy who was in Congress who had the power of the purse over NASA funding and literally was like, if you want me to, is it Bill Nelson? They call it, and he threw up so fucking violently. Was it? No, it wasn't Bill Nelson. No. No. It's not Bill Nelson. No. I'm talking about, no. This is a totally different person. He vomited so violently when he hit he hit G forces that, I mean, when he hit like, yeah, I think it's Jake Garn maybe. Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to give you the full story. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, here. Edwin Jacob Jake Garn, born October 12, 1932, is an American politician and member of the Republican Party who served as a U.S. Senator representing Utah from 1974 to 1993. Garn became the first sitting member of Congress to fly in space when he flew aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery as a payload specialist during NASA mission STS-51D. So here's the real story behind it. He literally was the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, and he asked to fly on the space shuttle because he was the head of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee that dealt with NASA and had extensive aviation experience. He had previously flown a B-2 Spirit prototype and driven a new U.S. Army tank. He liked to play with toys. He began publicly asking NASA about flying on the shuttle, and the agency had long planned to fly citizen passengers, blah, blah, blah. But the real reason why they let him do it is because he wanted to do a fact-finding trip. I do really think that it's a necessity that congressmen check things out that they vote for and makes that certain funds are being spent adequately. Like, what the fuck are you going to do? It might be necessary to have a senator kick the tire. No, you just personally wanted to fly and engage in space travel, which is fine. It's, super sick. And this fucking asshole, ironically, cost NASA more money to be the payload specialist on board. But there's a funny end to this. It was launched and returned to land at the Kennedy Space Center, Florida. Its primary objective was to deploy 2 communication satellites and to perform electrophoresis and echocardiograph operations in space. Garn's role on the mission was a congressional observer and as a subject for the medical experiments on space motion sickness. At the conclusion of the mission, Garn had traveled over 2.5 million miles, logging over 167 hours in space. The space sickness Garn experienced during the journey was so severe that a scale for space sickness was jokingly based on him, where 1 Garn is the highest possible level of sickness. He threw up so much. Because he was not experienced enough to fly that they made a fool of him. So, yeah. Why am I telling you about this wonderful story? Is it simply to flex my knowledge on weird aerospace engineering facts? No. Well, yes and no. The reason why I'm telling you this is because congressional scrutiny was, and the political football that they played with funding NASA dramatically halted, in many instances, NASA's operations. It stood in front of science and scientific achievements in this field. Okay? This is why, unfortunately, in our current organization of the economy and how the American government works, that's why I say, or that's why at least engineers will look to someone like Elon Musk and see the benefits of SpaceX's existence. Okay? Because it is a private company, it does not have to withstand the same level of scrutiny, especially when they have, instances where they have failure to launch or anything like that. Oh, by the way, this is a pretty fun fact. Upon his return, he co-wrote the 1989 novel Night Launch. The book centers around terrorists taking control of the Space Shuttle Discovery during the NASA USSR Space Shuttle flight. Forgot about that part. Now, of course, funding a private corporation like SpaceX can still be turned into political football, but it's less likely than NASA being directly funded, even if the funds are the same, if not more. I was talking to my astronomer friend, and he hates Elon, but because of what you said, he doesn't mind SpaceX because it's an improvement over the incredibly slow government machine. Yeah. No, exactly. This is what a lot of engineers say about it. As much as I hate Elon Musk, SpaceX undoubtedly helped the mission I worked on get launched on time rather than the other government contracts that were going at a glacial pace. Yes. A lot of the glacial pace that you talk about with respect to government contracts come from the reality that government funding is very delicate when it comes to scientific achievements. Government funding for oil subsidies, endless. You can literally light an entire oil rig on fire, knowing full well that 80% of energy subsidies are still going to your industry. Okay? But government funding for scientific pursuits is always a fickle bitch. So they have to stay and be very deliberate, be very careful, not to take any missteps. There's a lot of, there's you can't be imaginative. Okay? The slow government machine that went from farmers to space travel in one time USSR. My friend, I'm talking about the United States of America. Of course, I talk about how the USSR went from potato farming to beating the US in the space race. And don't forget the unpriced externalities from the oil industry. So much subsidy. Yeah. This dumbass country has spent hundreds of millions on underwater rodent husbandry. I hate the selective whataboutism that hogs and libs use to criticize funding. Yeah, but, everybody picks and chooses. Everybody hyper-focuses on what's in front of their fucking face. And, people do have the capacity to get, like, really, really, really fucking aggro when, like, manufactured outrage campaigns work. That's what I mean.
So it's 10:01. He tweeted that 1 minute ago. Does he not know, or is it what Bill is saying?
But Bill is saying this is part of the process. You got to lose a few rockets.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, then.
Vlad, Elon is in mission control down in Texas. He was there witnessing every bit of this, and he's been encouraging to the team all week. So no, I think he was saying congratulations because, he said before launch there was a very good chance that this would not succeed the first time out of the gate. As it turns out, he was right.
How is a rocket blowing up in the middle of the sky owned by the richest man on Earth manufactured outrage? Wait, what? No, man. No, I'm not talking about that. I also have a different take on this. Like, this is the one fucking instance where perhaps it's because I have, a little bit more knowledge over aerospace engineering and what it takes to fucking, make cutting edge technology in this field. But, like, I have a different perspective on this, but what I was talking about with respect to manufacturing outrage is like, if this happens under NASA, every Republican's like, dude, why the fuck are we blowing up rockets when we could be blowing up babies in Yemen? You know what I mean? We need to give more money to Raytheon. Make sure we're making rockets that blow up not on U.S. soil, but blow up on Yemen, dog. Blow up on Mexican cartels. Like, do you understand? To be fair, the space industry is financially hand in hand with the defense industry. Absolutely correct. Their funding is often linked because the government contracts with Boeing, Raytheon, etc. Absolutely correct. I think it's fair to criticize if you tie it in with the larger military-industrial complex. Absolutely correct. Which, of course, dumbass chuds don't do. Yes. Notice how the only part of this kind of scientific achievement, this kind of R&D that is heavily scrutinized, is the one that doesn't directly pertain to blowing up children. Yes, you are correct. So, yeah. Starlink has shown that Elon doesn't actually care about astronomy, just to show space travel. It messes up a lot of ground-based observation. Yeah.
So I think he was telling the team, great job for the effort. And they'll get a lot of telemetry out of this. And like I said, they'll try again.
Yeah, my comment about whether he knows was tongue-in-cheek.
I know.
I mean, it's just sort of like, I think for people who are watching it, when you say, it's hard for people to reconcile it.
WVU Couchburner said it best and succinct. And SpaceX is perceived as a private endeavor. They are able to spend the requisite funds to actually advance the field without getting cucked by pocket watching like the shuttle program was in the wake of the Columbia explosion. Yes. That's it. That's the point. That is precisely the point I've been making this whole time.
It didn't work it was successful, even if it didn't work.
Yeah, but I mean, failure, as we know, for most things that are hard to do, the road to success includes a lot of failure. Sure. That's how you get there. Though it seems like a very expensive road. How significant is this project? Why is Elon Musk spending so much time and energy and money?
I'm not saying this is a unlock or a gotcha. I'm just new at this, and I would genuinely like to how we would arrive at something like SpaceX via a social or a communist organization of the economy. Look no further than the USSR, which we also mentioned, collectivized over the course of, not through chattel slavery, but over the course of a much shorter period of time, and went from a nation of potato farmers who were in a state of disarray to a nation that was able to beat the United States in space travel. Never forget, USSR went to space first. Yuri Gagarin went to space first. We have literally the counter to that, NASA, here in the United States of America. Okay? So no. If anything, the only reason, many people will say this as well, the only reason why the United States focused so much on the space race was because of our endless battle against the USSR. Because in order to make life-changing, wide-sweeping, over-encompassing technological improvements, you need to think beyond the short-term financial gains that capitalism locks you into. Okay? Capitalism forces you into thinking about short-term profits over long-term technological improvements. And also, for the record, the norm is that space travel is government funded, not the other way around. But in the United States of America, we are so hyper-capitalist that we do not, and we don't see anything other than our fucking noses, that we literally personally think that fucking think that, it's the opposite that's the truth. We were so cucked by the Soviets that we had to contract Nazis to help develop our mid-space program. First of all, that's Operation Paperclip, and there's truth to that, but the USSR did that too, okay? There was a lot of fucking rocket scientists at the USSR also took a lot of rocket science on the Nazi side that the USSR also took advantage of. So don't act like that was a one-sided affair. Okay? If the program was public, it would be extremely underfunded, so I don't understand this argument. Brother, something being crippled by underfunding does not mean the principle behind it cannot exist. That's why I said the norm with successful space programs, including historically successful space programs like the USSR's space program, is that the government funds it. Only in the United States of America is there a legitimate issue with government funding space travel. Okay? Hello. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay. Why is this always such a difficult subject matter to parse through without people understanding what I'm saying? I feel like maybe I'm not doing a good job as an orator.
Money on this.
You know what? Elon says that this rocket is the key to SpaceX's future. You know, the Falcon 9 has pioneered reusable rocket technology. We're all used to seeing that first stage come down for a landing. But the amount of cargo that it can carry is limited. The Starship, both stages are fully reusable, which will greatly reduce the cost of this system if they can make it work. Now, it's absolutely critical to SpaceX's long-range plans. It's also critical to NASA's. You know, the upper stage of this rocket that we saw launched today, SpaceX is building a variant of that stage for NASA to serve as the Artemis program's lunar lander. It's going to be carrying astronauts down to the surface of the moon in just a couple of years, if all goes well. It's a big question mark. Can they get there in time? Can they perfect this rocket in time to meet NASA's schedule? But it's an absolutely critical piece of equipment for both NASA and for SpaceX.
All right. Bill Harwood, always great to have you breaking it down for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complex industry that a lot of people have that come with preconceived notions. And there's valid ones too. Its ties to the defense industry is a valid point of contention. It's the conversation surrounding like why we're funding this when there's like fucking starving children in this country is a relatively reasonable one. But there are definitely areas where you can make that argument make a much better argument to take funds away from. So, you know. I think that a lot of the space travel technology that accompanies the technological achievements are secondary components, though. Like the military aspect or the military usage of NASA technology is not the immediate protocol. If it was the immediate reason, like if there was a war budget component to space travel, trust me, it would be significantly better funded and NASA would be in-house. It would not be outsourced to SpaceX in order to make these like wide sweeping technological achievements. The R&D would be subsidized and also handled in-house. That's the point. Most original tech was government driven? Yes. Apparently cordless drills were made by NASA and we all enjoy those battery powered tools? Yes. Also flammable material like or the shit that like firefighters wear. Velcro. Like there's so much. Or non-flammable material. Well, flammable and non-flammable is the same, isn't it? Flame retardant. Sorry. Flame R-worded material. Yeah. No, flame retardant material. Flame propagant.
Now to Andrew Lester. The white homeowner who is accused of shooting a black 16-year-old, Ralph Yarl. He pled not guilty yesterday to 2 felonies. Lester told police that he was scared to death of Yarl due to his...
So here's what it is. This guy, again, another fucking HasanAbi lock of the week, lock of the century, lock of all time. As soon as I found out about the details of the shooting, I was like, this is a fucking racist old guy, hopped up on fucking Fox News with a gun, terrified of his own shadow, and certainly terrified of, like, black people coming into his neighborhood. Turns out, of course, that was the fucking case. And you know, there it is. Once again, when you watch 24/7 Fox fucking News, this is the outcome. You move on to, like, more and more radicalizing content. You watch OAN, Newsmax, all the like, and you absolutely fucking lose your mind. Here we have it. There is a good comparison here, like from a personal anecdote from, where is it? Where's Krolj, who talked about this? Wait, did he delete it? Oh, he might have deleted it. Oh, I can't find certain tweets on my fucking timeline. It's very weird. I wonder if he deleted it personally, though. Oh, okay, here it is. My grandfather died with Fox News logo burned into the corner of his boxy CRT TV. A few feet away, he'd stashed a handgun he bought in his delirium to protect him from the immigrants and terrorists of Darboy, Wisconsin. Anyway, it's good that there's like 10 million of him now. Social experiment. I gave a bunch of mentally unstable people unlimited ammo while they slid towards dementia. Yeah. This is the unfortunate reality for so many people that are older, our elderly population, but it's also an unfortunate reality for even younger people. Younger, more and more middle-aged individuals are behaving like this. Okay? And his, of course, his this dude's grandfather. This dude talked about his grandfather openly. His name is Ludwig, by the way. I read this article earlier today. It's pretty good. It's pretty informative. It's exactly what you would think it is here. We'll go through it from the top. Fear and paranoia. Grandson says Andrew Lester bought into conspiracies and disinformation. And Christ. What? Oh. A grandson of the man charged with shooting a black teen in Kansas City, Northland last week said he was appalled and disgusted at his grandfather's actions and is thankful Ralph Yarl is recovering. I was horrified. I thought it was terrible, Clint Ludwig said of his immediate reaction to hearing about the shooting of the 16-year-old. It was inexcusable. It was wrong. Okay? I feel terrible for him, Ludwig said. He's 28 years old, of Yarl. And I'm really glad that he's doing okay. He's going to live. I know his life changed forever, and I'm really sorry. Do you want to know? Care to find out how he was absolutely radicalized? You know what? I'll let CNN cover it.
His size. Now, Lester, who is 84 years old, was released on bond. He is due back in court June 1st. Prosecuting attorney said there was a racial component to this case. Miraculously, Yarl is back at home, recovering from his injuries after 3 days in the hospital. This is a picture of him taken yesterday with his lawyer, Lee Merritt. So joining us now is Clint Ludwig. He is the grandson of Andrew Lester, and we always like to get a perspective on the thinking of someone who knows him, why they might do this. So, Clint, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Don. Good morning.
Good morning to you. So what is your reaction? What was your reaction when you heard that your grandfather shot Ralph Yarl for ringing his doorbell?
I was disgusted. I thought it was terrible. Myself and my family stand with Ralph Yarl and seeking justice. This is a horrible tragedy. It never should have happened.
Folks are going to want to know, why are you speaking out and apparently against your grandfather?
It's the right thing to do. This country happens over and over again where people get away with killing unarmed, innocent black people. And it's I would have had the same energy for any other case like I've had over and over again in this country, like I said. But so it's the right thing to do. People need to speak out and not make any excuses for this kind of behavior and this violence.
So you said for killing innocent black people, the prosecutor in this case has suggested that there was a racial component to it. Do you believe your grandfather is racist?
I believe he holds racist tendencies.
I think one of the best things he said, he sounds like a HasanAbi head. Yeah, that's what I thought too. One of the things he said that I find, very smart, okay, was this. Does he consider his grandfather a racist? He said, I believe that there have been some positions that he's held that have been bigoted or sort of disparaging. But it's stock Fox News conservative American stuff. It's anybody who gets an abortion is a murderer, and fatherless black families are the reason why crime exists in this country. It's stuff everybody's heard at the Thanksgiving table every year. He is a HasanAbi head? I mean, I don't know. Could be. It did feel like it a little bit, especially when I saw that. Because the baseline American position in a white supremacist country like the United States of America is kind of white supremacist. Okay? It's kind of racist. It's very commonly held. That doesn't mean that it's like, like not every person who is going to go out of their way and like be terrified of a black person and shoot them immediately is going to be outwardly like, a Klans member, like a card-carrying Klans member. They don't, like, that's the extra racist motherfuckers, okay? Like, Ethan got upset about you saying people are default anti-trans. I mean, that's the truth. It's just the truth. But it's what you make of that truth that is important. Yes, it's the same as, like, the default position towards black people in the country. Yeah, you either have apathy towards black people and you're, like, a little afraid of them and, there's like varying different tiers of that kind of like white supremacy manifesting within every single person, including even black people. Like, there's plenty of black people that also demonstrate anti-black behavior in this fucking country because they are a product of the white supremacist social conditioning. Now, you can understand that. And if you're trying to de-radicalize someone, use that to your advantage by not being immediately combative, especially if you're like especially if you are coming at it from a privileged perspective. If you're like not a black person, or if you're not a trans person, if you're talking to a transphobic person, you have the opportunity to come at it from a privileged perspective and just like, sidestep some of the initial transphobia or white supremacy to unwind people a little bit and unwind their perspective a little bit. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't know any better. A lot of people are just victim to the social conditioning and can be convinced. Anyway. So understand that.
And beliefs.
Why do you say that?
He's just a stock American Christian male. It's older, that's just how they are. It's the conspiracies and weird random racist things they say. Also,
everybody's saying a white guy with cornrows, like he might be mixed for the record. Like,
makes sense, but they're just scared.
Chill.
Now, listen, you're generalizing a lot here about, you said older Christian white males, but
he looks like
what do you
he
mean
could
by
be.
that? What do you mean they're scared? Talk to me more, please.
It's just I feel like a lot of people of that generation are caught up in this 24-hour news cycle of fear and paranoia perpetuated by some other news stations, and he was fully into that, sit and watch Fox News all day, every day, blaring in his living room. And I think that stuff really kind of reinforces this negative view of minority groups and leads people to be a little, it doesn't necessarily lead people to be racist, but it reinforces and galvanizes racist people and their beliefs.
Okay, this dude is definitely... Okay. I'm not going to say anything.
Now, apparently...
but, you know, you're in here. This is a very good showing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Clint. You said that your grandfather would say or do things, apparently, that you did not subscribe to, that caused you to distance yourself from him. Say and do things like what?
That's right. A lot of it was the kind of QAnon level conspiracies about election denying, and then they got really weird with some Fauci dogs. I really didn't know what that meant, but I would push back on some of this stuff, and he couldn't handle being pushed back on. And at a certain point, we kind of lost touch, and I think it was more of his choice than mine.
Did he say or do things that you found offensive about?
Not every left-leaning person is a HasanAbi headman. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct on that. You're absolutely correct on that. It's just like certain keywords that he's using is the reason why everyone in this community is saying, like, it sounds a lot like you know, he might be like
minorities
galvanized.
or people of color?
Yes, he would say some things. I think I can't remember exactly now all that happened, but I know he had something about, had a really hot take about abortion and how something about black women getting abortions. And I didn't know what he was talking about, but I said, I don't really want to talk to you about this anymore. This is racist and it's dumb. So let's move on. And I pushed back, and he didn't like that either at the time.
So listen, the Kansas City Star also spoke to your brother. Your brother's name is Daniel Ludwig, and he said it seems like a bunch of mistakes in a row that resulted in a tragedy. I mean, a lot of mistakes all the way around. Unfortunately, if you look at the affidavit, there were actions taken that caused my grandpa's side isn't being reported. And he is saying that your grandfather is not racist. He doesn't believe that.
He can say that. I think he's running defense a little bit. I don't think he sees him for who he is.
Did your grandfather have a gun or more weapons in the house?
They were all over, yes.
What do you mean, they?
The guns were all over. He had them stashed in some spots and had a big locker full of them. But yeah, he was ready to defend his.
Okay, bro, fucking come on. You're gonna go on CNN. You're not gonna come on my show. What the fuck is this shit? Like, actually, that's kind of fucked up. You're gonna go on CNN and talk about your granddad, but not come on this broadcast? Really? What's up? What does Don Lemon have that I don't have? You know what I mean? I mean, it's actually fucked up. Person is doing a really good job, for the record, of like talking about a very serious issue. Talking about a very serious issue that you know, that his fucking own blood relative has you know, been involved with. Like, this takes ginormous balls. It's not the first time that someone in this community has like gone on CNN and spoken out against their fucking psychotic MAGA parents. Actually, it's the third time that has happened, where, you know, someone from this community has gone on CNN and talked about their MAGA parents, including the one dude who went and snitched on his January 6th dad. And then, of course, what's her... I can't remember her username right now, but our resident lesbian, whose unfortunately father passed away to COVID. Yeah, who was a COVID denier due to all the fucking insane shit that her dad was watching. Just Lane, yeah. America sucks, boys. That's just how it is, you know? And a lot of you know what your parents are like.
Home, as he would say.
Considering the recent history, I mean, is this a recent history that you found your grandfather? Is that why you pulled away from him? Has he always been this way, or is this something new?
I feel like he's been pretty conservative for a long time, which is fine. But feel like in the last 5 or 6 years, it's really ramped up. He was a huge Trump supporter, and between that and then the galvanizing that people have been feeling lately with politicians and ideologues co-signing, violence and domestic violence, domestic terrorism, and even pardoning people who murder other people for differing political beliefs. I feel like all that stuff has really ramped up his beliefs and radicalized him a little bit.
I'm just wondering because we've been covering these, and there are usually, not always, there are warning signs. You feel like the warning signs were there. That's why I asked you if this is something that happened recently.
I believe so. The warning signs were there. I wasn't shocked when I heard the news. I believed it.
And he did live alone?
Up until recently, his wife lived there, but yes, he was living alone at the time.
Until recently, his wife lived there. She didn't live there.
She wasn't there at the time, no.
She wasn't there, okay. What message do you have for Ralph Yarl and his family, Clint?
I'm proud of you, Ralph. I'm so sorry this happened to you. I understand you're an amazing kid, and I think you're going to grow up to be an amazing man, and you didn't do anything wrong. The outpouring of support that the country has shown to you, I think says more than I ever could say. And I'm really thankful for Sean King for making this a national news story, getting the people getting out in the streets and demanding attention. And Ralph, you don't deserve to have your life fundamentally changed like you had it, and you deserve justice. And my family stands with you.
Have you reached out to the Yarls?
No. I don't really know how. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So,
well, I think we'll make sure that they see this. I just want to know, what message do you have for your grandfather?
I really don't know what to say to him.
Maybe I was
I'm
wrong.
really sad this happened. He didn't need to do this. This didn't have to happen. He didn't need to be scared of a young kid coming to his door at night. It's absurd. He needs to get his paranoia, and this isn't just for him too. A lot of people in the world, the paranoia and atomizing the society, it's going to lead to some really bad stuff. And we're not doing anything to fix it. We're just getting galvanized and staying at home alone.
Clint Ludwig, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
He deleted his profile because he's already getting like ripped apart. He deleted his Twitter, but he interacted with one of your tweets in 2021? Oh, here. It's Clint Ludwig saying Kershaw makes some great knives as well. He tweeted at you a couple times for real, HasanAbi head. Yeah, I mean, I suspected it. If they're in the fucking replies of like another person who's like replying to a P.O. Box tweet. Who cares if he's a HasanAbi head? Why is this a topic? We're on Twitch. This is a tight-knit community. People are proud of the unfathomable amount of fucking balls that someone has. He deleted his Twitter today, but he interacted with one of your tweets in 2021. The unfathomable amount of fucking balls it takes to go on national television and correctly call out white supremacy and your own fucking grandfather who shot someone, and if someone from our community is doing something like that, I'm going to celebrate it. Like, why the fuck wouldn't I? Are you crazy? You know, we support you. You're doing a great job. You very clearly communicated many of the issues that led to your grandfather's further radicalization, while also simultaneously talking about like how normalized, how normative it is to have like white supremacist values like this. You know, that's incredible. I'm super fucking proud. You know what I mean? He was calm the entire time. He was coherent, and he did a wonderful fucking job. That's what it is. The reason why I do what I fucking do is so that there are people out there who change their opinions on certain things. You know what I mean? So that the message is spread further. You know what I mean? So yeah. Lol, just assuming he's a community member is such a wild, egotistical stretch. Yeah. I agree with you, 17-month subscriber, but I mean, we found out that wasn't that was a stretch that turned into a lock. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing he didn't say is at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Like, if he hit Don Lemon with that, it would have been, that's it. This has happened multiple times, and every time they are, in fact, a HasanAbi head. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Why is chat being weird and turning this into an attack on you is so fucking weird and selfish? Yeah, they are, because they're just turning around and being like, dude, it's fucking you're selfish and egotistical. Fuck you. When a lot of the stuff that he was saying, I've said many, many times. So I recognize a lot of his sentiment. So I made an assumption, and then it turned out to be true. I am very proud of people that can clearly communicate their perspective like this, even under the microscopic lens of like being on fucking television like this. Anyway. So, here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right. Let's continue.
Sure, thank you.
We're following a breaking news alert now. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a transgender athlete ban for girls and women's sports teams. Let's get to Blake Easton at the WKRN.com alert desk.
Hey, good morning to you, Nikhil. Yeah, the Republican-led House passed this effort banning federally supported schools from allowing transgender athletes whose biological sex at birth was male to compete on women's sports teams. The 219 to 203 approved legislation in the House is unlikely to move any further in the Democrat-controlled Senate. Plus, the White House has already said it would veto it it. Supporters of the legislation say it's necessary to ensure competitive fairness. They say it's not fair for female athletes to compete against those whose gender identity does not match their assigned sex at birth. Opponents criticize the bill, saying they're attacking a group who's already in a vulnerable position. For breaking news around the clock, you can always go to WKRN.com.
I want to go back to Riley Gaines now. Riley, this is...
Wow. Thank God. Also, the Republican Party of Montana is refusing for Representative Zoe Zephyr to speak, the only trans representative, by the way, to speak on any bill. My light is on, and I'm ready to speak on behalf of constituents who would like me to do so. There was also talk of censuring her in a similar, in the same vein as like the Tennessee 3. Why don't they ever talk about trans men competing in men's sports? They don't care. They don't even care about trans women competing with cis women. They just care about like transphobia and promoting it. And it's an effective, probably the most effective avenue to start the transphobic conversations, because it's there is a dual component there. It's not just transphobia. It's also misogynistic takes, you know what I mean? There's also validity to some of the arguments with respect to like potentially having a competitive advantage. And if you fucking hate trans people, then you look at that and you go, that's indecent. If you hate trans people, and then you go, oh, well, that's actually happening because men just want to fucking fake it. You know what I mean? That's it. It is at the center of like the intersectionality of hate. Trans women are on the receiving end of that. These are all the very same people who absolutely fucking despise women's sports in general and make fun of it, but act like they care when they want to concern troll when it means that they can like shit on trans people publicly. My argument has always been the same. 1, I don't care. 2, you shouldn't care either. And 3, the reason why you shouldn't care is because no one is fucking faking being trans and doing HRT specifically so they can get like maybe a marginal competitive advantage. You should not care about this because trans women are not as dominant as you think they are. They're the only time you hear about trans women competing is when like one of them gets like 5th place, or sometimes, luckily enough, get like 1st place. Okay, if that was the case, the 40 total trans athletes in this goddamn country would be fucking ripping nonstop. Okay, and that's not the case. You don't hear about it. I don't care. You can say you're tripping all you want. Marginal, haha, you're so brain dead, holy shit. Sports is supposed to be unequal. Okay, stop saying bad takes. Stop saying you're tripping. Every single one of you are so hyper geared towards this fucking argument because you literally cannot comprehend that like it doesn't matter. Sports is not supposed to be pushed with this like weird boundaries on what is allowed and what is not. Height in basketball is not a consideration you have. Messi taking HGH to overcome a hormone deficiency is not something that you ever think about with respect to like why it's allowed. LeBron James being 6'8" and having the grace of a fucking ballerina on the goddamn courts is not something that you ever think about. You don't make an advocacy for 6 foot and under basketball leagues. You only make an advocacy to change the makeup of like women's sports only when it means trans women might compete every now and then. That's it. That's it. You're advocating for equality of outcome. I don't care. Even if trans women were like profoundly dominant athletes, okay? Even if they have genuine fucking, like, even if they had genuine skill, okay? Even if they were fucking awesome, like across the board, much better than cis women at these athletic endeavors, which is not the case, okay? The jury's out on that. That's not a 100%. every time you fucking talk about this shit, you literally immediately think about like a person who is, that's a trash take, I'm out. Okay, dude, if you can't fucking listen to a person that's giving you something that you haven't heard before and be more open-minded about this kind of perspective, then you're the biggest pussy on the fucking planet, okay? You don't even need to take HRT, okay? You don't even need to get a fucking vagioplasty. You're just one gigantic pussy, okay? You hear a little bit of something that you consider to be controversial, and it shakes you to the fucking core that you're like, I can't stand hearing this. Oh my God. It's so fucking annoying. It's like so sad. You're such a fucking pathetic loser that you can't even hear anything. You can't hear a fucking argument that doesn't correspond to your worldview. Especially coming from someone who himself had transphobic opinions, like, and has talked about his understanding of trans issues. Like, this could be a fucking educational moment for you where you're like, oh, God forbid. God fucking forbid, dude. Holy shit. You are so unfunny, my dude. Me, I'm crying. That's what you sound like. This is what you fucking sound like. You're such a bitch, dude. You are such a fucking giant bitch. You're not funny. Oh, it hurts my feelings when you advocate for trans people. Meh. You are such a spineless fucking cuck. Okay? My point is this. Even if trans women have this like overwhelming physical advantage, which they do not, okay? It's not like it is absolutely 100% that like a trans woman will always defeat a cis woman in athletic endeavors no matter what fucking happens. This doesn't mean that like women are, this doesn't mean that like men on average don't have physical advantages over women on average. Of course they do, depending on what field we're talking about. We're not talking about, gymnasts or whatever, but if we're talking about like, especially combat sports and things of that nature, yes, men, cis men have advantages biologically in comparison, on average, in comparison to cis women, okay? That's it. Everybody understands that. No one is fucking arguing against it. My point is beyond that. My point is this. Even if trans women, okay, who were assigned male at birth for an extended period of time, got some bone density out of having more testosterone course through their veins in their adolescence, okay? Even if they get that kind of advantage, if you want to consider that, and you thought that they were literally as dominant as the way Fox News presents it, okay? Not because they're like playing fucking pickleball in an Oklahoma facility, but like literally we're just like in the WNBA dunking on motherfuckers, okay? Even if that was happening, I still believe that that is fine, okay? I believe that that is fine. The only reason why you can't comprehend that is because you find it to be unnatural, because you find trans people to be unnatural and bad and wrong. Their existence to be bad and wrong. That's it. So cheating is fine. Like, you make it seem like it's cheating. Dude, please, dude. If you think it's cheating, do HRT, okay? If you personally think it's cheating, do HRT. Get literally fucking yelled at for existing for the rest of your goddamn life. Be on the fucking verge of suicide. Be fearful that you can't even fucking go to the grocery store and pick up groceries without someone being like, fuck you, okay, and try to kill you. And then maybe, just maybe, it's not a 100% given, you might actually win the fucking varsity swim meet. Suck my dick, dude. Nobody does this. It's the same exact principle behind how homophobes would say being gay is a choice. And then they would also simultaneously say it's somehow, even if it is a choice, which it's not, it's a bad thing. Okay? Is it? Suck a cock then. Choose to suck a cock. Put a dick in your ass. Okay? If it's a choice and you're making it, okay, go ahead. Take some HRT. I would love to see, how pretty you become after 2.5 years and 3.5 years of fucking taking HRT after undergoing rigorous psych evaluations over and over again. Okay? This person was not a top athlete in the division, in the male division, but dominant in the female. How can you argue that? Who is the person we're talking about? Who? What are you talking about? Like what? First of all, I haven't even brought up an example of an athlete. You are literally arguing against an example that you think I'm going to bring up. I have not. I'm just simply talking about trans athletes competing with cis athletes in general. There is no specific person that I have discussed, okay? And you just, shadow box with someone that you made up? Now, having said that, you are missing the point. I don't care if a above average assigned male at birth athlete is performing significantly better as a trans woman, okay? Once they undergo HRT, they're a trans woman, they come out, and they're competing against cis women. I don't care. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Okay? I don't. Was thinking like Leah Thomas. That's a wonderful fucking take. Leah Thomas got 5th place, was that fucking fraud that now has made a career out of complaining about that. Leah Thomas got fucking owned by 4 other cis women. There you go. Name the fucking first place winner in that competition without Googling in the next 10 seconds. You can't. Name the second place competitor without Googling it. You can't. Name the third place. Name the fourth place. You can't. She got 5th fucking place. You think that's dominant? You have been duped into thinking that Leah Thomas is this like dominant fucking athlete. She's not. She's not. Wasn't that girl arguing that they tied a competition? Yeah. 5th place, motherfucker. There were 4 other cis women. It's not like 1, 2, 3, and 4 were fucking trans women too. Yeah. You couldn't even answer what I said. You don't know who the first place is. You don't know who the second place is. You don't know who the third place is. You don't know who the fourth place is. All of those are cis women. Why? 5th place tie. And this dumbass can't stop fucking chirping. Riley Gaines. God damn. Yeah. And the other part of this is that Leah Thomas actually, before her transition, was a pretty decent fucking swimmer. He was ranked 32nd in the nation before transition, only dropped to under 500 during her transition. That's the other reality. Leah Thomas was a better swimmer when, before she actually fucking underwent HRT. She nerfed herself, okay? And now she's like losing. Now she's losing to cis women. So what happened? Yeah, let's be also, this is the other side of it. And I will never, ever, ever forgive any of you fucking freak anti-trans perverts for making me learn about the NCAA female division of swimming. I hate you. I hate you to the fucking very bottom of my heart. Not even because you're transphobic, okay? Transphobia is fucked up. But you know what is more fucked up than that? Making me learn about competitive NCAA female swimming. Making me learn about competitive NCAA male swimming is fucked up. But holy fuck! I could have done without having a single piece of this information in my mind for the rest of my goddamn life. And now I have to know about all this shit. Fuck you. I hate you so much. This trans woman got 5th place and motherfuckers never shut the fuck up. Same with the same lady who was in the UFC, the one that like Joe Rogan constantly talks about. She won one fucking fight, dog. One. And then she got her shit pushed in nonstop. Fallon Fox got owned over and over again by cis women. No one knows this because Joe Rogan only talked about the one time that she won. So now it doesn't even fucking matter. She was never in the UFC. Okay, whatever. The one fucking time. Oh. She was 5-1 in her career and retired. She lost once in 5. Was it the other lady who got fucking owned then? Was it? There's one of the 2 trans fighters that people talk about all the time actually got fucking owned. And you're making it seem like 5 is an amateur with no fucking, it's not even a knockout if I'm not mistaken. You're making it seem like she was fucking throwing daggers. Okay? Remember that lady being pissed off because a trans woman was doing well on Jeopardy? Yeah. That was also insane. Anyway. It's like, what are you trying to say? It's always like weird TERFs too, who literally will be like, oh, this is a trans woman. That's why they have a, what, advantage? Are you saying that men are just smarter than women inherently? Like, what kind of fucking dumb shit is this? They'd be like, she's a man. Anyway. It's incredibly rare and it isn't worth the lives. It is costing to have this discussion. Exactly. The irony is that there have been like what? 56 fucking bills that have passed or slated to pass in state legislatures that range all the way from barring trans girls from competing in high school athletics all the way to college, that range from that to like consenting adults are no longer able to get HRT in the state without criminal punishments. You know what I mean? And it's insane. It's completely insane. It's just the Trojan horse. Okay. At some point it might not be rare. That's not, it's bullshit. That's a bullshit fucking argument. Okay. I don't get how top 5 is bad, even if you consider differences in the time. Dude, what are you saying? Leah Thomas's fucking record before she went under HRT was faster than Leah Thomas's record after HRT. The reason why she started when she was competing in the men's division, after she started taking HRT, was like her record started getting owned. Her record started getting eviscerated. And yeah, her records, sorry, her times, not records. And another thing that's like frustrating about this, oh yeah, here. Laurel Hubbard, transgender weightlifter, exits Olympic competition early after failing on all 3 attempts. Remember when this happened? Laurel Hubbard, a transgender weightlifter from New Zealand, was knocked out of the women's 87-plus kilogram competition early after failing on all 3 of her attempts. You know what they said about this? They said she faked it. They said she actually failed deliberately so that trans women can compete. I remember. They either said, A, she actually failed deliberately. She threw so that like trans women can fucking compete in athletic competitions in the future. Or they literally said she took the spot from a cis woman. who could have performed better than her. And it's like, that's not the case. She beat everybody else to get there. What the fuck do you mean? Statistically, if trans women were biologically identical to cis women, they would win some percentage of sporting events, and the amount of sporting events being won by trans women is way lower than their prevalence in society. It's such an insane argument. Like, if trans women were so dominant in the way that, like, a lot of transphobic people represent in this conversation, they would be owning nonstop. You wouldn't have to go to, like, a fucking pickleball tournament in Oklahoma to, like, draw up an argument of, like, a trans woman actually performing really well in athletic competitions. That's it. It's crazy. Cis women usually have higher T than trans women. It's actually insane that people think they have an argument. Yeah, when they find out about that, though, they change the argument real quick to bone density. Like, that's it. There are certain differences. Obviously, there are going to be certain, like, bodily differences between a trans woman and a cis woman, okay? Some of which are actually worse off for the for particular competitions that trans women might engage in with respect to cis women. Of course there's differences. But it doesn't matter. Yo, Hasan, it's Gabriel. You reacted to my song Sassy Shooters. I have information you'd like to know. Like what? Holy fuck. Account created in 2008. Jesus Christ. I highly doubt that. That seems incredibly sus. Like, anyone who thinks that someone is going to, like, become trans, quote unquote, become trans, specifically to win, like, high school or college swim meets is fucking delusional, okay? It's the same level of delusion that people have for claiming that, like, trans women claim that they're women specifically so they can go into women's bathrooms and do rapes. It's like, bro, if someone is a fucking rapist, they don't give a shit about the sign that says women or men outside of the goddamn bathroom. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, it blows my mind. I don't understand how someone says that. Someone verify with this chatter, one of the mods, if you can. What he's talking about. The irony, of course, for the record, the irony, of course, let me tell you, is that if trans women were as dominant as the way that they fucking, as the way that these people claim that they are, then trans women competing against cis women in athletic competitions would unironically draw more eyeballs to the athletic endeavors and would literally lead to more, advertising dollars, more people watching, even if it's for the sake of spectacle, which, by the way, it's not the case. Okay? And that is the hilarious part of this conversation. But, like, no one cares. No one personally fucking cares about women's sports. That's the real issue here. No one cares about trans people in general either. And that's why, these people feel comfortable doing this to Representative Zoe Zephyr in Montana's 100th House District. Okay? Here's Musk responding to our story and confirming that he's paying for some accounts to be verified. Have confirmed that LeBron, who has 52 million followers, has said since he won't pay for verification, was emailed by Twitter an employee with the offer to have his sub comped on behalf of Elon Musk. James did not accept, but his account is showing he paid anyway. Here is Musk responding to our story and confirming that he's paying for some accounts to be verified. Oh my God, he's the most cucked man in America. Holy shit. Wait, does this mean? Wait. Does this fucking mean that Elon Musk comped Charlie's account? I mean, this is the smartest thing that Elon has done. Because, like, some people now, some legacy checkmarks will pay for Blue and say, oh, Elon comped it for me. Yeah, I don't think Elon comped it for him. I'm so fucking embarrassed right now. The checkmark is still here like a ghost haunting me. Huh. What is this? Frogan, no. Uh-oh. What is this? Uh-oh. No. No! Frogan pays for it, actually. Devastating. Devastating piece of information. But yeah, it's pretty funny. What? City of New York, New York City Gov. This is an authentic Twitter account representing the New York City government. This is the only account for NYC Gov run by New York City government. You can verify our identity by confirming our handle at nyc.gov connect social. No, you're not. This account is the only authentic Twitter account representing and run by the New York City government. Oh my God. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, it's terrifying, but also kind of funny. Hog's mad they don't have the clout to get a freebie. I couldn't stand to save $8 a month. Want to pay mine? I'm not a celebrity. I could stand to save $8 a month. Two-class system, communism at play. Not surprised. Are you paying for anyone in the poor class who can't afford it, or just the arrogant ones who think they're above it? Funny how these millionaires refuse to pay, but most of us middle and even lower class pay with no issue. Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot, dingus. That's the entire reason why Twitter Blue was a fucking dumb thing from the start. Yeah, you're a mark. You're a sucker. You're a fool. That's the whole point. He knows it. You don't know it about yourself. Stupid. The only reason why Elon is doing this, okay, is specifically so that other people still... What these fucking idiots don't realize is Twitter Blue is only worth it if actual famous celebrities have the check mark. Okay? That's it. So if, you know, a bunch of famous celebrities don't actually have the fucking check mark, then you're just a sucker who gave $8 to Twitter. That's why he's forcibly giving them the check mark. It gives some level of value to your dumbass fucking check mark that, you know, LeBron James has it. You can't even do your fucking dumbass scams if LeBron James doesn't have it. No one's going to think you're like actually a fucking famous person if no famous person has a blue check mark. Anyway. I'm even getting alerts to subscribe to Elon Musk. All these Elon stands think he's actually democratizing Twitter. Yeah, Stephen King got it, and he didn't even fucking pay for it. My Twitter account says I subscribe to Twitter Blue. I haven't. My Twitter account says I've given a phone number. I haven't. Yeah. Where are all the haters now? If you aren't Twitter Blue, you are actively suppressed now. Recently, I swear I couldn't find other large accounts when we had each other's ads. This website is dying. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that what do you call it? Like my tweets were being hidden for some fucking weird reason. Like when I posted my mustache, it shows up on my profile, but it wasn't showing up on other people's profiles when they follow me. I don't know why. Like this post. I mean, it still got a lot of traction. Don't get me wrong. It still got a lot of traction, right? It still got like 36K likes. But there was a lot of people that... there was a lot of people who didn't actually see it. Yeah, they couldn't find it on my page. And that's never really happened before. But again, I'll just keep using it. I'll just keep using Twitter, you know, to the best of my ability. You know what I mean? J.K. Rowling is based... Oh, I want to take this opportunity to apologize for all the things I've said and done. I've caused such material harm to the transgender community. The only thing I can say on my behalf is that I was on Ambien for a really long time and I didn't realize how my actions affected other people or really even where I was. I thought I really was in the Harry Potter world interacting with house elves and dementors. It was harrowing. Doubted for a sec, but there's her pic and her name. Good enough for me. I love that. Dude, that's fire. There you go. People are already fucking going bananas mode, you know, having fun with it. This is, of course, making the website as stupid as possible, but in many ways, kind of funny, too.
We want to end off with a little rapid fire. We have a couple names. You say one word about them.
Go ahead. Which one do you like?
Elon Musk.
Smart.
Joe Biden.
Dumb.
Kim Jong-un.
Interesting.
Kim Kardashian.
Disingenuous.
Ice Spice.
Who the hell is Ice Spice?
The song? You don't know Ice Spice? Like, munch.
You've heard the song.
Go ahead, play
She's
it for
below
me.
you on the charts.
Play it. Well, I like it. Okay, I like it.
Yes, Marat, this is real. Donald Trump literally went on the Nelk Boys. Is your feed spam with vids that go hard in Fight Haven? I blocked them. And another one I haven't seen called Hood Scraps popped up. What the fuck's going on with that? Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. There's like so many fucking weird things like that. Like weird accounts like that that has just been popping non-fucking stop. It's just like Twitter has become like Live Leak, you know what I mean? Someone should tell Donald Trump what Ice Spice's real name is. Yeah, it does sound a lot like Ice Spice. Anyway, we covered the trans athlete shit for far too long. I hate this. Let's keep
This
going.
morning, the Florida law critics dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill is expanding.
Gender ideology has no place in our K through 12 school system, and we've made that very, very clear. It is wrong for a teacher to tell a student that they may have been born in the wrong body or that their gender is a choice.
Governor Ron DeSantis, a likely 2024 presidential candidate, was in South Carolina yesterday as Florida's Board of Education agreed to ban classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity in all grades except for health class.
Show the amendment approves.
The original legislation last year, called the Parental Rights in Education Law, affected only kindergarten through third grade. At the time, DeSantis appeared to emphasize it only applied to young children.
We're going to make sure that parents are able to send their kid to kindergarten without having some of this stuff injected into their school curriculum.
Expanding the law does not need DeSantis' approval, though the board made the move after he made the request. The board saying its vote reaffirms Florida's commitment to uphold parental rights and keep indoctrination out of our schools. Critics, especially from the LGBTQ community,
It's such a funny take to say, like, we got to keep indoctrination out of our schools. Like, that's the entire purpose of a school, you fucking idiot. Like, why do these people think school exists? No, the real reason why they're saying it is they want to indoctrinate the children in the way that they see fit. Okay? Not in the way that is, like, based on empathy and science, scientific consensus, but, like, the way that they want to indoctrinate children. It's a different format of the same argument that was happening under the Bush era, where they were like, hey, you shouldn't be teaching evolution. The jury's out on that. You shouldn't be teaching evolution to our children. Y'all remember that shit? I mean, some of you were literally not born back then, so you probably don't remember. I was alive, and a young Hasan that loved looking at American politics remembers perfectly when they banned stem cell research, for example, and then Germany started kicking America's ass on that field when the theory of evolution was a subject matter of discussion. It was not new.
are voicing concern that they or their children will be censured.
You cannot legislate these clothes off of my body, and you cannot legislate me out of the classroom.
Currently, Florida parents are allowed to sue school districts over violations, and teachers who violate the ban risk having their licenses revoked. As for that health class, the only place sexual orientation and gender identity can be taught, officials...
Why would they put that in? Because, I'll be honest, you want to know why? And people are going to get mad at me for saying this, because it's cringe, okay? That's why. That's why they do it. That's why they put it in there. To subtly, make these fucking already transphobic parents, like, go absolute bananas mode. Okay? Like, there are places where you should let your freak flag fly. Go off kings, queens, emperors, all you want to do. School is not one of those fucking places. So when a normie who already is, like, geared towards being transphobic sees you letting your freak flag fly in some respects, I'm not saying that you should be boy modding when you're fucking teaching at school or anything, by the way. Don't misunderstand me. But, like, it sucks. It sucks when, cringe is used as a justification for making your existence illegal. And unfortunately, boy modding, not modding. Sorry, I know. I think it's funnier to say boy modding, though. It's cooler, don't you think? Am I crazy about that? I feel like boy modding sounds cooler, no? Like, I'm boy modding today type shit. I hurt the cause. I'm literally the cringe guy you're talking about. No. Like, in the eyes of fucking transphobic people, when you get sassy on camera, there's a deliberate reason why fucking teachers, or not teachers, sorry. There's a deliberate reason why mainstream media puts you in there. Not the overarching coverage, okay? But just that one moment. It's the same principle behind fucking libs of TikTok. Every time. What do I always say? Cringe is not illegal. Every time libs of TikTok finds another queer teacher to dox and literally send fucking waves of attack against, okay? It's over some cringe shit that they did on TikTok where they're like doing the TikTok voice and, you know, talking into the fucking camera. Okay? It's just how it is. They're going to use anything and everything they can. Transphobia is going to continue regardless. Whether you are letting your freak flag fly or not doesn't really fucking matter. But like I said, I'm not saying boy mode when you're doing something like that. But it's usually best to put your best representative foot forward in situations like that, where you know your audience that you're presenting yourself to. That's it. Or just don't be on TV. Well, there is that too, because they're going to fucking use that against you anyway. But look, you're very brave, okay, chatter? You are, ultimately. But you got to code switch a little bit, just a little tiny bit. It's not even technically code switching. It's more so like knowing the audience that you are presenting yourself to when you're engaging in activism. It doesn't matter. No matter what happens. No matter what happens, people are still going to be fucking ruthless towards you. They're going to be awful towards you. They're going to be terrible towards you. And you are very brave for being able to put yourself out there. But reading in the room and a little bit of pandering is an unfortunate necessity. You know what I mean? Or keep doing it. Like, I'll keep defending you. I don't really give a shit. But, you know, remember that my defense in that regard is going to be cringe is not illegal, and people should not justify, you know, people behaving in a cringe fashion as a reason for why, you know, they should not exist. It's really fucking frustrating. The correct term is called stealthing. I don't know. I don't know what the... Be yourself? No, not like that. I mean, here's a great example, okay? Here's a great example of this. Like, I don't have any issue with fucking gauges, right? I mean, I think gauges are kind of gross, but whatever. Like, I'm not going to fucking go out of my way and be like, oh, face tattoos or gauges are fucking insane. Like, what the fuck? Right? Or a fuck ton of piercings. But if you're going in front of, like, conservative parents and you wear all of your fucking piercings, then, yeah, they're going to look at that and go, what the fuck? Also, I don't think it's called stealthing, and we shouldn't call it stealthing because stealthing is when you secretly take out the condom. It's a form of rape. To be fair, they look at you and go, what the fuck? Yeah. That's true. I do this all the time. Okay? I do this all the time. I tailor my commentary towards an audience. If you see me debating, depending on who I'm talking to, I have much different talking points. Okay? Much different talking points. Because you have to recognize who you are catering your message towards. Boy moding is literally a trans term that women use and sometimes trans mass people use. Is valid to use for that. Yeah, no, I wasn't even saying boy mode it though. Because I think that that's fucked up. No, you shouldn't like literally dress in a way that you shouldn't present yourself differently than the way you see your gender. Okay, than the way you feel, the way you experience your gender. It's just that like there are, I guess, womanly clothes or femme clothes that you can wear that are, I don't know, more acceptable. That's the reason why I said don't boy mode it when you're, you know, I'm not saying you should do, you should boy mode it when you're fucking talking to a broader audience. Anyway, no matter what happens, people fucking yell at me about this, but the unfortunate reality is that when you are speaking to an audience, you have to frame your arguments towards them And that in many instances is not even going to fucking change the reality. These people are fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty monsters. So if you want to do what you want to do, go off, kings, queens, and emperors. If you don't want to read the room, go off. Because it's not really going to change anything one way or the other. You know what I mean? It's not. But if you want to try and you know, put your best foot forward, catering your messaging and your presentation to the audience that you're talking to is the best thing to do, 100%. And you can make a small, you can make incremental change in your immediate space if you do that. But it is what it is. And it's funny coming from me because I don't do that either. Not that like I have, any kind of deviation from being gender conforming, right? I don't, like, but I dress up like a fucking clown ass all the time. And ultimately, I'm sure that probably takes away from people recognizing what I'm saying. My instinct when I first started being masked was to wear the mask as close as humanly possible. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Reading the room is a form of public speaking, important nonetheless. Yeah. I'm not transphobic, but I fully support penis inspection day for everyone. For certain cis males such as myself, there's virtually no scenario where I can consensually expose my penis to another real-life human being. I'm very lonely. Another Striker 6 banger in the works. That's great. All right, let's continue.
Say parents can choose to opt their kids out of that class.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News
Thanks,
YouTube.
George.
We turn now.
New allegations that the Hunter Biden probe was mishandled.
Two allegations that the investigation into...
And by Hunter Biden's probe, they mean his probe, if you know what I'm saying. Hunter Biden was like, I'll give you a probe you can mishandle.
Hunter Biden.
She mishandling on my probe until I'm Biden.
Is being mishandled. Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas joins us with more from Capitol Hill. Good morning, Pierre.
Rebecca, good morning. We've been waiting for months to see whether the investigation of Hunter Biden will result in charges. But now allegations that the president's son has been getting preferential treatment. This morning, ABC News learning that an IRS whistleblower is challenging assurances by the Justice Department that the investigation into Hunter Biden is not being watered down.
The U.S. Attorney in Delaware has been advised that he has full authority. He has been advised that he is not to be denied anything that he needs. He's not restricted in his investigation in any way.
But in a letter to Congress obtained by ABC News, an attorney representing an IRS agent who claims to be involved in the case says his client knows of details of preferential treatment and politics improperly infecting decisions in the investigation.
He's lost sleep over whether to come forward. And, you know, at the end of the day, he's decided that he would feel worse about himself if he did nothing and stayed quiet.
The attorney for the agent, whose name is being withheld until he gets whistleblower status, does not name the target of the probe. But sources telling ABC News he's talking about Hunter Biden. The president's son, who says his name will be cleared, has been under investigation by the Justice Department since during the Trump administration. One front of the investigation involving his taxes, another involving whether he made a false statement on a gun purchasing form. Sources told ABC News that last fall, the FBI and ATF concluded there is enough evidence to bring charges on both fronts.
There is an ongoing investigation
run by the U.S. Attorney out of Delaware from the prior administration. Our Baltimore field office is working very hard with that U.S. Attorney, and I expect them to pursue that case.
But after all these months,
I want him to get whistleblower status only because I know for a fucking fact he's going to pop off on Fox News. And I want to see this guy. I want to see the fucking Ron Swanson ass. I'm a right-wing libertarian working for the IRS, brother, dude. Oh, it'll be sick. He is going to be a Fox News hero.
no resolution from a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney who the Biden administration and attorney general have allowed to remain in place to avoid the appearance of meddling. But despite those assurances, the Hunter Biden case will now likely get even more scrutiny. The Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee is demanding answers, and he's accusing the Biden administration of blocking efforts to bring tax charges against Hunter Biden. George?
Okay, Pierre, thanks very much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out.
And in Washington, the Supreme Court is taking more time to decide if the abortion pill mifepristone should remain available nationwide. The White House is appealing lower court rulings, including one from a judge who said the drug had been wrongly approved. Jan Crawford is at the Supreme Court with more on this story. Jan, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. You know, we'd expected to know this morning whether the court was going to kind of indefinitely block those lower court rulings, but without any explanation, the justices have pushed that deadline back until tomorrow night.
Just hours before Wednesday's deadline, Justice Samuel Alito announced an extension which keeps the abortion pill mifepristone available nationwide for at least 2 more days. The Biden administration and drug manufacturer have asked the justices to step in or block lower court rulings that would ban or greatly restrict the pill, which is used in more than half of abortions in the U.S.
All of this is unusual from top to bottom.
CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson says it's uncommon for the justices to push their own self-imposed deadline.
We don't know if they're so close to being able to have a unanimous agreement and they want to be able to get there, or if there's just such a huge breakdown that there are really aggressive majority opinion and a really aggressive dissent.
While the court is not currently considering the merits of the case, it will determine if women continue to have access to the drug while cases work their way through the courts. The American Medical Association says recent rulings could undermine FDA approvals of other drugs.
We just think it's incredibly reckless to upend our entire drug approval system in this country and create chaos where we're going to have individual courts in states around the country basically undoing those decisions.
Some Republicans in Congress say that concern is overblown.
Now, this isn't related to regulation of drugs. This is related to a federal bureaucracy following the rule of law.
But the White House says it's ready for a battle in the courts.
We are prepared for.
I fucking hate this shit, dude. Fuck the Supreme Court. Fuck these right-wing judges. Fuck the justices. Yeah, they're going to drop a decision 5 p.m. Friday. No, they're going to drop it at 12 a.m. Friday. Literally. Like, not before the Friday news cycle, but after the news cycle is over. They pushed it to Friday, 11:59 p.m. It's awesome. Bro, abortions have been protected for 50 years and under Biden, Republicans have been able to overturn Roe v. Wade, and now this, what the fuck? Yeah. They're just having fun. They're doing side quests at this point. It's just like extra cruelty that literally not a single person is demanding except for like some of the biggest freaks in society. Kind of wild to see it in action, really. Real wild to see it in action. Like, who the fuck is demanding this? Like, who's like, dude, we have to get a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? We have to get that. At the top of the hour, you need to give us a 3-minute ad break. But, you know, at least let us be able to avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. You can get a gifted sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Sidekick Nolan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That one was such a good one. Anyone going below an 8 is lying to themselves and is lying to me, is lying to other people, is lying to their family members. That shit was so... That I just snuck that in so hard, I didn't even know I was saying it. Sagan 6, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
Any outcome the Supreme Court may issue, and we are prepared for a long legal fight if necessary.
And it probably will be a long legal fight, because even if the justices put these rulings on hold, the case is going to kind of continue to work its way through the lower courts. And there are other challenges in other states. So either way, the issue of abortion is going to end up right back here before these justices. Nate?
Jan, thank you.
We turn now to Facebook's class action settlement and how to know if you qualify. Becky Worley is here with the details. It's so nice to have you with us in studio, Becky. Good morning.
Great to be with you guys, Rebecca. Good morning. If you used Facebook anytime between 2007 and 2022, you could have money coming to you. But you have to register it. So quick rewind. Back in 2018, Facebook was all over the news for the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Remember the personality quiz? It exposed your user data without your permission, even if you didn't take the quiz? Well, Meta, Facebook's parent company, denied wrongdoing but settled for $725 million in a class action lawsuit. That settlement is just now open for distribution. Meta telling ABC News we pursued a settlement as it's in the best interest of our community and shareholders, adding over the last 3 years we revamped our approach to privacy. We look forward to continuing to build services people love and trust with privacy.
Guys, get in on that class action lawsuit so you can get a whole whopping fucking 13 cents. I fucking hate this country so much. There are no consumer protections, bro.
At the forefront, Rebecca.
So that handles some of it, but for people who want to do this, you have to...
Why are you mad that they're holding them accountable? Bro, your data was fucking used in an insane way. And Facebook's punishment for each individual who is like done this is like going to be like $787 million from Fox News to one company is good. It's a pretty solid defamation award, right? To Dominion. 8 cents for every fucking Facebook user for this level of like privacy breach is nothing.
To register. How do you do that, and how much money are we talking about, Becky?
Right. Well, one of those questions is unanswerable. So let's go to the ones that we can answer. To register, Facebook will notify users about the settlement using the notifications icon at the top of your Facebook page if you qualify. Or you can check out a Facebook user privacy settlement website where you enter your Facebook information and how you'd like to receive payment. As for the amount, that is not knowable right now. The math goes something like this: $725 million minus legal fees, divided by all the people who register, which could be millions, maybe tens of millions of people. I became a journalist because I was told there'd be no math, and I do not want to have to do the math on this one.
Becky, I think it's going to be 37 cents. I'm only kidding. But unfortunately, after the legal fees, it tends to be not that much, but good for people to go out and register, because showing that you care about this and the outcome, important as a consumer.
Privacy first.
Becky, thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos,
Last night,
oh shit, Benjamin protected with a Matt Walsh phone.
my friend Matt Walsh was hacked. His phone was hacked. Apparently, somebody actually duplicated his SIM card. There are only a couple of ways in which that can happen, as far as I understand. One is that
Good segue on things could be better. Pay close attention. Hustle. Why China's billionaires keep disappearing.
Attention to these clips.
I love that Comrade Winston just sent me like CNBC cutting like anti-China propaganda, which we will probably receive as pro-China propaganda with a hustle. I love that. I love looking at stuff that like mainstream media in America considers to be like terrifying and just getting an entirely different message out of it. Let's watch.
China Renaissance plunging overnight in Hong Kong after that company said that its chairman and CEO is missing.
But since giving this speech that was critical of China's government, Jack Ma hasn't been seen in public, and now many are questioning, where is Jack Ma?
He is being punished for speaking his mind. Ren disappeared last month. Now China says he's under investigation. He's accused of quote-unquote serious violations of discipline and law.
Notice a pattern? Billionaires in China keep disappearing. The latest addition to the list is Bao Fan, a renowned investment banker who went missing in February. However, a few days later, his company said he was cooperating in an investigation being carried out by certain authorities in the People's Republic of China.
When someone like Bao Fan disappears, someone that high profile who suddenly vanishes without explanation, that inevitably sends a chilling feel through the rest of the market. How can you...
I think the funniest thing is looking at this and going, wow, I can't believe that billionaires are not above the law. Like, the only reason why you feel this way, is because you are so used to living in the United States of America where, like, there's nothing. The government has nothing to do. Like, they can't do a single thing to fucking billionaires. Like, how do you cut an argument to be like, dude, it's really fucked up that, like, major business owners are being held criminally liable for certain actions that they're engaging in? I know that no matter what happens, they will cut this as like, oh, their biggest crime? Speaking out against the party. But, like, no. The entire purpose is every business, including businesses in China, are engaging in illicit affairs. The Chinese government picks and chooses winners and decides who gets to continue doing illicit affairs and what kind of illicit affairs they get to keep doing. And because every business keeps doing illicit affairs, if you speak out against the Communist Party, they will come after you. Or, like, for example, when the Communist Party comes to you and says, please make a charitable donation for, and this is the word that they utilize, it's going to be lost in translation a little bit, Chinese prosperity. That's the concept. And the guy says, no. Well, guess what? Oops, sorry. We're going to conduct an investigation into, your businesses and your business practices. So that's the point. Yeah, it's a mandatory donation that is done at the behest of Chinese prosperity. Okay? That's what it's called.
You feel
it's
like
a tax.
You can do business in a place where an important leader of industry can suddenly disappear.
We've seen a string of disappearances of high-profile business figures going back literally years. It seems like we can't go too long without another high-profile figure being disappeared.
No, you're wrong about this. No, Chinese prosperity is not code for money for Xi Jinping. That part I will push back on. People saying, oh, that's a bribe, you're wrong. Straight up. It's not. It's literally, fundamentally, and functionally a tax. That's it. The only difference is it's not in the books. The money absolutely goes to government programs. The money absolutely goes to, like, poverty programs that are that pertain to social safety nets, things like that. Billionaire donations soar in China, push for common prosperity. That's what they call it. That's the take. It's called common prosperity. And it's not done. This is a way to, like, basically do the same thing that the government is doing, but doing it through both the government and also through government set up philanthropic organizations. It's effectively a tax. And it is absolutely done without what do you call it? Like, it's not done at the same percentage to every single person. They just, like, they will go after individuals regularly. You know what I mean? How do you know this? Bitch, I read. What do you mean? That's how I know this, because I read with my eyes. Anyway, let's continue.
China has 969 billionaires. That makes it home to the highest number of billionaires by country. China, a communist country, dethroned the US, a capitalist country, from the list in 2016. Xi Jinping's nation remains poised to overtake the US as the world's largest economy.
The main reason why China has so many billionaires is that in the era of opening and reform and the economic miracle that ensued over the past decades, China's market has brought great opportunities to smart entrepreneurs that really made best use of all the new fields of technology and economic engagement opening up. But not just with China's domestic market, but also, of course, internationally.
For most of the 20th century, China was one of the world's poorest countries. After World War II ended, a civil war broke out between the Chinese Communist Party and the Nationalist Party, or Kuomintang. The Communist Party's victory marked the rise of Mao Zedong, who declared the creation of the People's Republic of China on October 1st, 1949. During the 1950s...
And America was like, no, actually, we decided that Chiang Kai-shek had some good ideas. We decided that Taiwan is actually real China. I said loser island. Getting big tanky vibes from this Mao guy. I mean, listen. America was so open about their engagements supporting the loser nationalist side. Okay? Supporting the loser nationalist side. That even the fucking New York Times' coverage reflected that reality. And of course, based Maoist third worldist Richard Nixon changed everything. Because, let's be real, Richard Nixon said, let 1,000 flowers bloom. Let 100 blossoms bloom. He said, let 100 schools of thought contend.
Has now implemented a 5-year plan dubbed the Great Leap Forward to improve the country's economy. The key features of this plan included forced agricultural collectivization and rural industrialization. The plan backfired, triggering one of the largest famines in human history. China's fate changed after Deng Xiaoping became the de facto leader of China in 1978.
Of a fresh flow.
So if you look at the policies under...
It's so odd that when countries don't collectivize through chattel slavery and 400 years of like colonial bloodshed, they always end up having similar issues that surround, famine. It's odd. But of course, there's there's never any care or consideration for the material conditions leading up to the situation. And it's always a matter of just remember, one question you should always ask people is, how? What did the material conditions look like in a country before any kind of communist revolution? Just always ask that. Cuban Revolution. What did it look like before the Cuban Revolution? What was going on in Cuba? Because American imperialist historians that want to hyper-focus on what they consider to be the failure of systems due to their own ideological lack of imagination will routinely refuse to take a look at what came before genuinely held, principled emancipation movements that, of course, some of you now know as communist revolutions, socialist revolutions. What happened? What did things look like? Did we go from having one apple to half an apple? Or did we go from having no apples to some apples? You know, what did it look like? And also, you don't need to know too much about American history to know that they will always side with the other side, the anti-communist side. And I think you guys at least know from World War II history that the anti-communist side is the nationalist side. Anyway.
Under Deng Xiaoping, that was an era of kind of policy experimentation, particularly with this idea of the free market. Deng came into power after, a long period of time in China when the economy was very much state-driven. Resources were centrally allocated. But under Deng Xiaoping, there was a movement towards letting the market play a greater role in resource allocation. And this allowed entrepreneurship to flourish. It allowed China to cultivate commercial opportunities with the rest of the world, which really brought a lot of development and wealth and prosperity to the country.
He famously said, let some people become rich first, and then those who become rich first would trickle down and get the rest of the Chinese people becoming rich.
When President Xi came to power in 2012, he was still friendly to the entrepreneur class in China because he understood the private sector was the engine of the Chinese economy.
Xi slowly started showing his true feeling toward billionaire entrepreneurs. In 2015, Guo Guangchang, who was known as China's Warren Buffett, went missing. The company later said he was assisting authorities with an investigation.
According to a source, he was spirited out of that hotel.
In 2017, Xiao Jianhua, a Chinese-Canadian billionaire, was abducted by Chinese security agents from Hong Kong. In 2022, he was sentenced to 13 years in prison for fraud and corruption. In 2020, billionaire real estate tycoon Ren Zhicheng disappeared after he called President Xi a clown in an essay over his handling of the pandemic. The same year, he was sentenced to 18 years in prison.
What did he say? What did I miss? Well, I don't get it.
Engine of the Chinese economy.
Xi slowly started showing his true feeling toward billionaire entrepreneurs. In 2015,
the reason why I'm not trickle-down economics. Yeah, you want to know why trickle-down economics is real in the way that they fucking perceive it in China and it's not real in America? Because trickle-down economics in that circumstance basically implies social safety nets, okay? Yeah, it trickled down because the government handles all matter of foreign capital coming into the country and how you distribute that fucking foreign capital. That's the reason. It's not trickle-down economics. It's just central planning. There is no concept as trickle-down economics under a capitalist organization of the economy. All matter of improvements that occurred in China since Deng have come because the Chinese government has tried to evenly, as best as they can, make rural areas urbanize and modernize as big of a landmass as they possibly can.
Do I like the socialist streamer Hasan? Yeah. He's handsome. If I was a lady, I'd let him fuck me. Probably for free. And then, I'd send him a message maybe like a week after. I had a good time, smile. And then I'll do an Insta story or some shit about it. Here I am at Dubai with my new boyfriend at Hasan or some shit. Yeah, you jealous? Ooh. Weird RP. Dude, we're in an RP mood, guys.
I mean, You can do that anyway, Moon. You know what I mean? They are still authoritarian, which you should denounce more. Undemocratic, but positive motives. Hope this gets read. All governments are inherently authoritarian. All matter of governance is inherently authoritarian. It's just who gets to be on the receiving end of that authoritarianism, which you have an issue with. I am a status. For the record. Anyway. 420 blaze it. You really don't have to defend Mao's decisions that led to the Great Leap Forward famine. No, I mean, this happened under in a similar perspective under Stalin as well. I know a lot of people will hyper-emphasize like kulaks and refusing to cooperate with the central planning authorities, but there was plenty of issues with the central planning itself. 100%. This is not like this is not me shitting on the concept in general, but yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of issues that come along with things like that. But what I mentioned as far as collectivizing over an incredibly short period of time without without chattel slavery and monarchies behaving in an imperialist fashion, it's going to be very, very different. It's going to look very different, and it's going to have, a lot of major mistakes, like gigantic mistakes. Yeah, I mean, capitalist nations have had gigantic famines. India, Ireland, millions dead in the same way. And actually, it's even worse because, like, India and Ireland's famines are directly caused by another nation that controls it. You know what I mean? It's done to basically starve out a population to punish them or to feed another country. Like, those were straight up not miscalculations, but directly done. Anyway. Like, ultimately, I there are plenty of awful things that, for example, Stalin did, right? Like, not great. Kind of a manlet, okay? Had a lot of manlet energy, let's be real. There were plenty of cool things he did, like killing Nazis, robbing banks, and the like. And then a lot of manlet energy came afterwards. What we should do is look to these mistakes, learn from them, and craft better strategies. Gulags are generally not a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm against the gulag system that we have here in the United States of America. Don't disrespect Stalin like that. I mean, he was a manlet. And he did some photoshopping. And I'm not even talking about that one guy. I mean, like, I think he used to routinely try and make himself look closer to Lenin in photos. Wasn't that there's a lot of like weird things that Stalin did on top of like awful things that he did too. He would like cover up his blemishes. Anyway, let's continue. Let's watch this.
Juan Chong, who's known as China's Warren Buffett, went missing. The company later said he was assisting authorities with an investigation.
According to a source, he was spirited out of that hotel.
In 2017, Xiao Jianhua, a Chinese-Canadian billionaire, was abducted by Chinese security agents from Hong Kong. In 2022, he was sentenced to 13 years in prison for fraud and corruption. In 2020, billionaire real estate tycoon Ren Zhicheng disappeared after he called President Xi a clown in an essay over his handling of the pandemic. The same year, he was sentenced to 18 years in prison on corruption charges. Well, these are just a few well-known names on the list. One name that grabbed the world's attention was the disappearance of Jack Ma, founder of Alibaba.
I mean, dude, you can't show this fucking video and be like, damn, it's really fucked up that Alibaba was disappeared. Like, are you crafting an argument on behalf of China? Like, what are you doing? Like, why did you, like, whose takeaway is going to be, oh no, that's really fucked up? Like, you could have shown any number of normal videos where he's like sitting at conferences talking, but instead you put this fucking video up, which leads a lot of people to go, yeah, actually, I kind of am siding with the Chinese government on this.
In 2020.
Well, I think it's probably several pieces to the rapid demise of Jack Ma. Clearly, one part of it was the growing strength of Alibaba, his company, and particularly Ant Financial, his financial services company. I think it was felt that it was becoming too powerful in terms of controlling the data of the Chinese people, information, and the lives of Chinese people. It was also clearly becoming a rival to big state enterprises and specifically the state-owned banking system. Jack Ma did.
Okay. I mean, great. Then I like that. They did that. Wait, what? This is where I guess I deviate away from CNBC, where they're like, yeah, it's crazy. Like, this private corporation had like mass surveillance powers, and the government didn't like that because like only they should do mass surveillance. And it's like, all right, yeah. Okay. Like, why are you giving me wrong? His company was funded by the Chinese government in the first. Yeah, of course. There is no corporation that isn't like, there's a reason why every single one of these motherfuckers is in the party. Okay. They all get funding from the party. They all need that for advancement. And that there is no, it's all technically state owned. The distinction is this. America is not a real government. Okay. America is 5 companies in a trench coat. Okay. The United States of America, the government in the United States of America works at the behest of corporations. In China, corporations work at the behest of the government. That's the major difference. The final component is, or the final difference is that Chinese prosperity and that mentality, like national prosperity across the board, is what has led China to truly eviscerate extreme poverty, so much so that it has like global implications. That's it. It's literally higher levels of socialization and government control that has caused China to become what you see now, and not this like poverty-stricken, backwards third world country with natural resources ready to fucking exploit. That's it. Yeah, I'm saying the news is making it seem like free market capitalism is the reason why he was rivaling Chinese companies. Like they said, trickle-down economics liberated China. Yeah, who cares? It's fucking CNBC. Why are you getting triggered by listening to CNBC? Just your takeaway should be positive. Mine is, I watch this and I think, look how positive. Look how wonderful.
Did not help things by his sometimes brash, outspoken personality. He directly criticized the state-owned banking sector. He described them as having what he called a, quote, pawn shop mentality. And
yeah, except like you wouldn't exist without that. So what the fuck are you saying?
And that really ruffled a lot of feathers. So I think it was really a combination of things, real concern about the growth of Alibaba, it becoming a rival to the state-owned banking system, and also the brash character of Jack Ma rubbed a lot of regulators and very powerful people in China the wrong way.
Don't forget that the rise of Jack Ma actually has a lot to do with the Chinese Communist Party and the role of government, because before Alibaba went IPO, I believe it's 2014 at the New York Stock Exchange, the key money that he received was from China Investment Corporation, which is a China's sovereign wealth.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Tell me that's bad. Come on. You know what else? Okay, here's how this works in America. The government gives you unlimited funds. The government keeps your business afloat. The government tries to at least regulate the supply of the agricultural goods that you are producing. And then you can turn around and say, fuck you to the government and literally control prices. If any singular agricultural producer behaved this way in China, they would kill them. Okay? And now I'm no big city lawyer and I'm no fan of capital punishment. But I think in the United States of America, we would do better if we were moving the needle a little bit closer to the Chinese understanding of how to deal with billionaires and corporate consolidation. I mean, come on now. The California egg industry would not be looking the way it is if it was in China. There's almost an identical level of like funding, if not more funding, but there's no control that comes along with it. That's it. Do you understand? Do you get it? In America, we literally, with our tax dollars, subsidize agricultural production, and it keeps food prices relatively low. But at the end of the day, food producers, due to corporate consolidation and a lack of government interference, can actually turn around and increase their prices without any sort of legal scrutiny whatsoever. And they have done that. That's when you end up experiencing inflation, because inflation in and of itself is not this like magic wand. Inflation is when corporations deliberately raise their fucking prices. Okay? And they do that, and we can't do anything about it because our government doesn't do anything.
Fund. Actually, so from that perspective, the common sense is that you don't bite the hand that feed you.
Ma, who's known for his grandiose public presence, has kept a low profile ever since the episode unfolded.
Our co-founder Jack Ma has returned to mainland China.
He was recently spotted at the Yinggu School in Hangzhou, the city where Alibaba is headquartered.
Most of the last year in Japan.
Dramatic downfall of Jack Ma tells you is that, in China, no matter how rich you are, no matter how famous you are, if you run against the Communist Party, or even if you are perceived to be critical of the Communist Party, they can punish you.
No, I mean, that's like, okay, first of all, it's not just that. Like I mentioned already, every single company that works under the watchful guise of the Chinese government that has been created through investment by the Chinese government that is allowed to survive due to their allegiance to the government in one way or another, sometimes engage in illicit affairs. If you are turning around and claiming that that very same government that made you is actually bad when the government is operating at the behest of the citizens and advocating for more corporate consolidation, more corporate freedom from the government, then yeah, you're going to get punished for it. Do I think it's appropriate? Not really, but there are plenty of examples that they're not using here, like people that are selling fucking spoiled milk and shit, where the Chinese government does end up executing them, and even the government officials at the local level that have played along with this corruption. So it's not like they don't fucking yeet even members within the party. They do. Both the business owners are a part of the fucking party, and so are the goddamn regulators. And if the fucking regulators are also letting them get away with this kind of shit, they also get punished.
Because the country has no human rights, even for the very rich and famous.
Jack Ma's episode was also the start of the so-called tech crackdown in China, where regulators targeted tech giants like Tencent, Baidu, JD.com, ByteDance, Didi, and others. China experts like Dexter Roberts, author of The Myth of Chinese Capitalism, believe the Chinese Communist Party viewed these tech giants as too powerful and influential.
Yeah.
I've referred to the Xi Jinping era as party in command era, or the politics in command economic era. So Xi Jinping has made it very clear, and he's pursued this goal of strengthening the role of the party throughout China. So I think he used the phrase east-west, north-south, the party rules it all. And all of this really signals a new era where the party has far more control over the economy writ large, but also particularly over private business.
So
like if you're on CNBC, automatically any kind of fucking infringement, on, free commerce, whatever you want to call that, is going to be automatically seen as a negative. But if you do not have that ideological gearing, if you do not have that ideological motivation to defend capitalism tooth and nail, like many of us don't in here, you look to that and you go, I don't really understand what the fucking big deal is. Like, no matter how much they try to use spicy language to be like, wow, they're interfering with commerce. Like, well, what about the free markets? Like, they're infringing on the free markets, while simultaneously talking about how, like, the Chinese investment fund is literally the reason why some of these fucking companies exist. It's like, I don't know. I'm not hearing the argument that you're making, or the argument that you want me to fucking hear.
The question of, should private investors be, fearful of Xi Jinping? I think everyone now is holding their breath. It's really hard to overstate the degree to which market confidence was affected by the policy developments over the past couple of years. China sometimes disappears its billionaires to send a message to industry. It might be a signal that something is coming, whether that's another industry rectification campaign or a tightening in a certain regulatory space.
On March 10th, Xi Jinping started his historic third term as China's president. Since the president's term limits were lifted in 2018, Xi is basically president for life. His primary focus right now is to strengthen the slowing Chinese economy, the second largest in the world. Beijing's strict zero-COVID policy.
Crushley with a great question. Why these white-collar criminals go missing, but Assange and Chelsea Manning were arrested? Why does the Anglosphere press never call the people in Guantanamo disappeared? Crushley, normally a fucking troll, but very good question here. You know what I mean? This is just frothing over nothing. Chinese government has classified data and information as a resource of national importance like oil and steel. Oil and steel already under heavy state control. And now it's turn for the tech companies. It's not even that deep, to be honest. Yeah, they're enforcing regulatory control over an industry that is ballooned in China, just like it fucking ballooned in America. Americans constantly complain about big tech and disrupting big tech monopolies. But of course that never happens, right? It never happens in America. But when it happens in China, they're like, dude, what the fuck? Whoa, chill. Yeah, we just let them do whatever the fuck they want. And then you get a 35-cent class action lawsuit award. I used to be your weirdest chatter. I am demoted to troll now. Sag? Yes. This is wrong. He's not president for life. They're elected him for another term, plus FDR served 3 terms. No one cried, but the fascists did. Okay, Alizi, we get it. You love Xi Jinping. Oh my God.
Policy choked the country's financial health, slumping its economic growth to 3% in 2022 from 8.1% back in 2021. It was the second slowest year for growth since 1976. In 2020, the growth fell to 2.4%.
Well, I think China's had a very rough 3 years. During the pandemic, the economy has been doing very badly. I think there's an awareness at the top of the Chinese Communist Party. They need private investors. They need foreign investors to try to rebuild the tattered Chinese economy. But I do think
I think the real issue for China is that, I guess it's not even a real issue, but I guess one of the issues is that they have I guess, too much growth and prosperity that like they are no longer they might no longer be seen as the manufacturing hub. Prosperity, Raffle, bro. Oh my God. You could just say anything about China and people will just believe it. No, dude, they're eating rats in China, every city. Shenzhen is like, when you go there, people are on the streets begging. They're like, we're so poor. Please, I will work for pennies. Oh, Mr. America Man, do you have blue jeans? Can I eat them? That's what they're saying on the fucking streets. Ooh, I love rats, please. That's what they're saying. Big American man, give me rat, please. I'm starving. Okay, is that good? Is that what you want to hear? China is going through its like 80s and 90s American economy phase right now with a robust middle class. The issue is that when you have when you develop economically to that degree, you have to maintain your control over manufacturing. It gets a little bit harder to justify low wages when people are like, well, you know, we're making a lot. So they will inevitably outsource their manufacturing to other countries that are poorer. I guess if there's one country though that could maintain its manufacturing hub, it would be a country like China that has a tremendous amount of control over its economy. Just kidding. I'm not even talking about China. I was actually talking about Germany. Guess what? The industrial engine that powers the entirety of the European Union is a country that has been able to maintain its manufacturing capabilities without outsourcing it. And guess what? They did a decent job with that. Okay? So we'll see how China does.
This is unlikely to be a long-term trend. This market-friendly attitude, I think, is happening because China needs to be market-friendly right now. I do think longer term, it's much more likely we will see a reimposition of stronger political control by the Chinese Communist Party, and that's bound to be bad for business, both foreign and entrepreneurs.
This idea that private and foreign investors aren't exactly sure.
Yep, they've been smart about it from the get-go. Never allowed Western tech companies to operate in China, which was out of line because they allowed a lot of foreign companies to come in and bring modern tech, but they built up tech industry within the country. Also, this kind of control over capital and billionaires is actually popular amongst people in China. Yet, no fucking human being, regardless of what fucking planet, what side of the planet they live on, is going to be like, wow, you're controlling commerce and billionaires and their actions? How fucked up? Literally go ask any American, okay? Unless they are the crypto entrepreneurs that have like crypto coins that think they're going to, go to the moon, or they're like fucking Elon Musk Twitter Blue subscribers, they are probably going to have the exact same attitude. Like, yeah, fucking, what do you mean? Yeah, punish billionaires, please. Thank you. That seems great to me. Is China even socialist? If it seems like they're state capitalists, because as I understand, the workers don't control the means of production and are still exploited by the wealthy, it's just China. It's just with China, the state has more control over its wealthy. Yes, with China, it is considered to be a transitional socialist state, okay? Socialism with Chinese characteristics. Socialism with Chinese characteristics that pertain to the current material conditions or the material conditions in China at the time and contemporary material conditions now. That's it. Anyway. Wait, what the fuck? Not that good over here, but yeah, they are trying.
What's coming down the line. And that's really going to cast a shadow over China's economic prospects, not just in 2023, but perhaps the rest of the 2020s as well.
Xi Jinping clearly intends to stay around for a very long time. He sees himself as the uncontested ruler of China. Anyone who challenges his power or the party's power is going to be in his crosshairs. And unfortunately, that's what a number of private entrepreneurs have experienced recently, as we've seen with the disappearance of Baofan and others.
I think this trend is going to continue. The Chinese Communist Party overall is going to be more and more repressive over the Chinese society, and Xi Jinping is going to have more and more power within the Chinese Communist Party.
The series of disappearances of high-profile billionaires in China is really a stark reminder that this is a fundamentally different political system and that rule of law, despite the fact that the Chinese government regularly says it has established, though, in China, just really means something different there.
You would be disappeared so fast. Yeah, I mean, listen, I like I like certain aspects of social libertarianism, okay? And I don't mean age of consent when I say that. I'm talking about fucking free speech. Okay? I'm talking about civil liberties for marginalized communities. I'm talking about free speech. Yeah. And not in the way that, like, we understand it here in America. I just mean, like, not getting fucking punished by the government for saying things about the government.
This video was sponsored by CuriosityStream in partnership to fight.
Apparently, this is about
service
China
Nebula.
destroying its tech sector, and
in
what the
2010,
reasons for
a
why.
huge fight started brewing between China's two leading software companies. On the one side, there was Tencent, the behemoth behind WeChat, League of Legends, and more, who back in 2010 was riding high on their first hit, an instant messaging app called QQ. And on the other side was Qihoo, the country's leading antivirus company, with their flagship app called 360 Safeguard. Both QQ and 360 Safeguard were massive hits in China until in 2010 they finally grew too big to coexist peacefully. The problem started with Qihoo blocking ads in the QQ app as a kind of cross-app ad blocker. Soon after, Tencent responded by developing their own competing antivirus software. They called it QQ Doctor, and they bundled it with their instant messaging app, which got them 100 million installs almost overnight and a 40% market share in China right away. In response, 360's antivirus app quickly sent users a suite of pop-ups warning them that QQ software was basically malware that they should just stop installing. And not to be outdone, Tencent responded by basically blocking QQ from working on anyone's computer with 360 software installed, forcing users to choose either one or the other. Within days, this conflict spiraled out of control, the companies started to sue each other, and they took it all the way up to the Supreme Court of China. But perhaps most surprisingly, the Supreme Court of China didn't actually find either of these companies guilty of monopolistic behavior. Qihoo versus Tencent was the first antitrust case in China's internet economy heard by the Supreme Court, and they decided that not only was the bundling of software and outright blocking of competitors' apps not against antitrust rules, but they even dismissed the idea that these companies had a dominant market position relevant to the proceedings at all. In other words, the Supreme Court took an extremely lenient approach, and that decision set a very clear precedent, making anti-competitive monopolistic behavior the rule rather than the exception.
I mean, but wasn't that always the case from the jump? Like, that literally was always the case. Of course, with one exception, which is that, you know, the government kind of controls or has regulatory mechanisms in place to control, you know, both of these companies.
Exception in China's internet.
So it's literally like, dude, it's basically what I talk about always, which gives you, okay, it basically gives you the fallacy of choice, like the neoliberal freedom, but it's instead of having like both companies operating at the behest of the profit motive, you have both companies giving you the illusion of freedom or the illusion of choice, while simultaneously both of them are still controlled by the government. I would much rather have the government control both of those corporations and allow people to think that there's like some level of choice happening there than 6 oligopoly mega corporations controlling every fucking sector and doing whatever the fuck they want, poisoning the water supply, doing anything and everything to just like increase their profit margins.
Long years, Tencent's WeChat routinely outright blocked links to competing social media apps, killing many competitors in their tracks. Retailers like Alibaba frequently told brands that they would have to choose between listing either on their platform or those of their competitors, a practice commonly called in China choose one from two, and so on. For the last decade or so, China's internet became the Wild West, or shall we say Wild East of monopolistic behavior, with the Chinese government doing very little to stop it at all. So it came as a huge surprise when in 2020, the government took a massive U-turn. A sudden and violent series of crackdowns started, in which every major internet company in China became targeted, hundreds of fines were handed out, legal systems were completely reformed, managers were fired or stepped down, companies were forcefully delisted from stock markets, and so on. The crackdowns lasted almost 2 years, and together with other recent economic difficulties, they wiped out at least $1.5 trillion in value from tech companies. That is 4 full Facebook's worth of market capitalization. 4 Meta's worth, of course.
I can't watch the rest of this. I can't. I'm gonna start coming violently. And I feel like that's inappropriate for me to do on camera, okay? He said violent fines were implemented on the tech sector, and I was just like, oh, that sounds so good. What the fuck? I'm gonna come.
And after almost 2 full years of brutal crackdowns, everything kind of just recently stopped, almost as abruptly as it started. Just a few days ago, the IPO of Ant Group, the first victim of the crackdown, was reportedly back on track again, and not long before that, state-affiliated news pages started talking of government support suddenly returning to the sector as well. So as the crackdown seems to be coming to an end, it's time to look back at the last 2 years and ask what exactly happened, why China decided to crack down on its own tech giants, and what they might have achieved in the process. The first signs of the crackdown were pretty well publicized across the world, starting with Jack Ma giving a now infamous 2020 speech in Shanghai. In it, he condemned China's financial regulators for holding innovation back by requiring tech companies like his own Ant Group to follow similar risk management strategies as traditional banks when holding money. He implied that it was an
Dude, oh my God. I can't watch this. I can't. It's just like, it's too much. It's literally too much. It's too much. It's too much. This is more pornographic than when Sean Hannity sucks off Donald Trump on television. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Also, you don't always find a Western independent outlet even that covers terms on these on exactly the real boundaries that they're supposed to happen on. I mean, he's still Western, he's German, but he's still fucking Western, like, you know what I mean? It's just, think about how CNBC covered Jack Ma, where they said, oh, he spoke against the government, so then they disappeared him. He is at the very least like giving you the Wall Street Journal. Even in the Wall Street Journal, because they still cover exactly what he said, they're basically, he's basically saying, like, the reason why is because he was speaking out routinely against Chinese regulation. What those regulations were holding tech companies, tech monopolies that that the Chinese government allowed to exist, basically to... What is this? Most sane anime simp? What the fuck is that? I'm still gonna stop clicking on fucking dumbass links. the same risk management protocols that they subjected traditional banks to. I don't have an issue with that.
An outdated idea that fintech companies like his should have to be as careful with money as banks, and that annoying government officials just needed to move out of the way. He must have gotten pretty cocky seeing how he was able to just brush regulators away in the past, but government officials decided that kind of challenging the entire financial system of the country would maybe be one step too far. Jack Ma mysteriously disappeared from public almost overnight after his speech, and when he appeared, he quickly stepped down from almost all of his roles at his companies and the elite business university that he helped found a few years prior as well. His fintech company Ant Group abruptly had its IPO plans cancelled, and his e-commerce business Alibaba soon received an antitrust fine of almost $3 billion. That is the single largest fine of its.
Remember what I said? Remember what I said? First of all, imagine if this happened to Elon Musk. Oh my God, I'm going to come only so hard. But remember what I said? Every company is engaging in illicit affairs, but China does pick and choose who they get to, punish if they perceive that company to be a threat. Okay? This is exactly that. They're doing selective enforcement because they recognize that they can go to any of the other fucking billionaires that are party members and say, hey, Chinese prosperity time. Please give us a voluntary donation. And they go, here is $7 billion. Sorry about that. If you don't do that, then, this happens to you. Okay? That's it.
It's kind of by far.
This sounds like Nazi Germany. Yeah. The famously socialist, pro-socialist Nazi Germany, dude. Brother, what do you mean? You're literally talking about the most effective mechanism of control that capital owners absolutely loved in human history. An experiment that straight up utilized nationalistic fervor to justify corporate control over an entire fucking nation that had imperialistic wants and desires that felt cucked out of the race to colonize the rest of the fucking planet in comparison to all of its other European bordering nation states. And you're literally comparing that to what China is doing and saying, wow, this is exactly the same. Fascism has always been a mechanism of control for capital owners when push comes to shove.
In the history of China, and it's big enough that even the EU officials would be impressed by the sum. And if there's anything that EU officials are familiar with, it's handing out big fines in the name of antitrust. Jack Ma's fall from grace was swift and decisive, and seeing the massive credit crisis in the Chinese real estate market that developed soon after, it's clear to see in retrospect that Jack's speech about loosening financial regulations must have sounded particularly dangerous to the government at the time. That said, while he might have started the avalanche, the crackdowns didn't stop with him at all. Every single major internet company in China was targeted, and the government pushed through major changes in 7 areas. First, antitrust. China suddenly decided to crack down on those choose one from two and other similar practices it tolerated for decades. It got much stricter on blocking mergers that they deemed anti-competitive, they handed out hundreds of fines, and they passed much stricter anti-monopoly laws as well. Second, deceptive practices. Chinese internet companies were just as full of fake reviews, fake discounts, fake prices, just about everything as they were of anti-competitive behavior in the past, and the government launched lots of investigations and handed out fines relating to those. Third, privacy. After decades of virtually unrestricted access to user data, the Chinese government passed the so-called...
This is so fucked up. I hate this. I'm sorry. I fucking hate this. It's so disgusting. This is literally like watching your wife of 30 years get fucked aggressively on camera. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Like, I'm looking at this and I'm sitting in the fucking cuck chair like I'm Sneeko, watching another country live out my dream. Okay? I'm Sneeko. We're all Sneeko. Everyone that lives in the Western world watching this video is like, come on, bro. No, this is like absolutely preposterous, dude. We're all in the fucking cuck chair, man. I hate to see other motherfuckers living out my dream, dog. This is not good. Okay? First, I was coming uncontrollably. Then I realized, like, you know, when the fucking camera pans over, I realized, oh my God. I could be living like this. And now I feel shitty. What do we get, dude? You know what we get in America? We get this shit. Trump on the fucking dumbass Full Send podcast. That's what we get. Okay? China's out here being like, oh yeah, what's up? We're going to do insane amounts of regulatory control over the fucking tech duopolies and oligopolies that exist in every fucking sector. We're going to do massive crackdowns. We're going to fine you into fucking oblivion. We are going to ensure that there are no more mergers happening. There's going to be top of the hour ad breaks and subscriptions for every single person, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And it's actually Chinese prosperity for Oilers to gift subscriptions to those who have not. Okay? So that everyone can avoid, the top of the hour ad break and enjoy an ad-free broadcasting experience. Okay? And I'm over here watching all this happen, and I'm like, why can't we have this? It's fucked up. Alika, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Me, when I realized the bullet train I'm taking between Beijing and Shanghai tomorrow is actually a 2004 Toyota Camry. I have to drive through 14 hours of traffic from Dallas to Houston. Exactly. Preston for the win. Sorry, I'm a potato. Alika and great value Lewis Hamilton. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 20 people to have Chinese prosperity at the top of the fucking hour.
Personal Information Protection Law, or PIPL for short, essentially China's own version of the EU's GDPR, which it is partially based on. This meant much stricter privacy laws, and the
Kyle Marks and Alienated Quebecois 666. Thank you for the fucking 5 gifted. Bottom G with the 50 gifted. Top G.
The government also named and shamed 43 apps for illegal data collection, while even temporarily pulling some violators like TikTok from app stores completely for breaking these laws. That's pretty significant. Of course, in practice, PIPL doesn't restrict government access to user data, but on the private company front at least, it does theoretically make it so that China now has clearer and stricter nationwide privacy laws than the US, for example. Fourth, labor laws. Chinese tech companies were famous for their 996 office culture, asking office employees to work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week, with many leaders like Jack Ma not just openly endorsing such systems, but even calling it a blessing. Of course, the problem is that when your official policy is to make people work like 70 hours a week, every week, constantly, that's kind of illegal, even in China. And while the Chinese government in the past decided to not enforce those rules, they suddenly decided that maybe it was time to enforce those rules. Fifth, algorithms. New laws theoretically force companies to disclose to users when they use recommendation algorithms to push content to them, and to allow their users to opt out of being targeted with such algorithmic recommendations. Sixth, financing and governance. In the past, most big Chinese internet companies listed their shares, or at least the shares of their shell companies in the US when they went public, which allowed them to raise money from mature international capital markets. China decided that it no longer liked this, as it wanted to build up its own capital markets at home, so many national champions like Didi, the kind of Uber of China, saw massive investigations and crackdowns after going public in the US, which forced them and many others to withdraw. And not only has China made it clear that it wants companies to list at home going forward, but it also started demanding so-called golden shares in most internet companies like TikTok maker ByteDance or blogging platform Weibo, which would give the government a seat on these companies' boards with the power to veto future decisions. And finally, two problematic industries were singled out and, well, basically utterly crushed. Video games, as these were deemed to be too addictive, and after-school education, as this was seen to be putting way too much pressure on.
Yeah, they went after video games and edtech.
Kids in China. No new video games or major updates were allowed to be released for almost an entire year in the country. The government limited playing hours for minors to just 3 dedicated hours a week and mandated that facial recognition.
Okay, I disagree with that. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty fucked up, to be honest. Yeah, no, never mind. EdTech is fine. That was good, actually. But the other thing, nope. Didn't the evisceration of like Chinese edtech and like after school programs, which in Turkey we call dersane, for the record, didn't they basically make all of that public? Someone in this chat should know. What they ended up doing was beef up the public sector, like public education sector, which actually opened up a lot of opportunities in even one of the ghost cities that we were looking at, where people now people started moving into areas where there were better education. Abi denediler ama tam da olmadı. Bizde olmaz oğlum. Biz Çin değiliz. With the amount of video games you play, you might as well be a Chinese child. First of all, I definitely play more than 3 hours of video games. I just don't do it on stream, Mongolshevik. I have been playing Yakuza 0 like a motherfucker, like nonstop. Literally all hours of the day, all hours in the morning. Now I'm playing Yakuza 0. All hours at night, I'm playing Yakuza 0. It's fucking sick. I think 3 hours is too small for the entire week.
Recognition and age restriction software was built into games to enforce these rules, while they also simultaneously outlawed basically the country's whole gargantuan after-school education industry as well, to reduce pressure on school children, which bankrupted 25 massive online education companies and caused the collapse of the whole industry. Those 7 combined restrictions had pretty wild effects on.
The only ones that survived were ones that were also in India as well.
The country's internet economy, pushing most companies' stocks down at least 2/3 from their peaks in 2021, wiping out more than $1.5 trillion of value in the process and causing hundreds of thousands of layoffs. In other words, the government suddenly and deliberately wrecked the very tech giants that they in the past have basically protected at all costs, which really begs the question of why. What happened that made the government change so suddenly? To start with, Jack Ma's speech might have been the straw to break the camel's back, but the government has long felt that private internet companies were starting to amass too much power anyway, and much of the crackdown was simply a swift and brutal reminder to everyone in the industry of just who was in charge. But besides just the desire for more control, the government also faced threats, both externally and internally, that they needed to address. Externally, the US bans around Huawei, ZTE and others made it painfully clear that China's economy and technology sector was dangerously reliant on core technologies from abroad. This was a major vulnerability, but according to the CCP, internet companies hoovered up most of the resources and spent them on pointless feuds that the government calls a, quote, disorderly expansion of capital around a million new ways to deliver food or shop online or whatever, instead of sinking their billions.
Wait, hold on.
Feuds that the government calls a, quote, disorderly expansion of capital around a million new ways to deliver food or shop online or whatever, instead of sinking their billions into critical capabilities around semiconductors, material sciences, self-driving cars, etc. These foundational technologies that China needed to gain independence or maybe even exert control over others in the future, these were not only not sanctioned, but actually continued to receive massive support, and the crackdowns partially served to make it very clear to everyone that these were the areas that the government wanted resources.
Bro, this is literally carrot and a stick. Okay? In America, we don't have a stick. We only have a carrot. That's it. And the carrot doesn't work without the stick. You push for growth sectors. You hyper-focus on it. You allow it to expand rapidly. You allow it to grow. And then when it gets to a size where it's like unmanageable or it starts to be a problem, you then fucking whip out the stick. That's it. And then you continue to prioritize other growth sectors that you find to be future tech that will also make you competitive in the global marketplace. America only has carrots, and they keep giving more and more carrots to the fucking corporations with no stick. There is no better example of this than like airline companies that engaged in stock buybacks, which used to be illegal back in the day. You know, wonder how that went away. That got like nothing. They got so much government funding and during COVID, and no control whatsoever. And they still did the fucking layoffs. The EdTech crackdown can be a mixed bag. They got big because of the lack of high-quality public education, which is additionally important in China because of the importance given to education there. Yeah. The Chinese principle behind Chinese cultural attitudes towards education is closer to a meritocracy than anything else. It literally goes. I mean, this is something that they had like fucking 1,000 years ago. That like a peasant could rise from the ranks of peasantry all the way to like nobility if they were plucked away through the educational system with a bunch of different methods of testing and shit. So like they do care about education, and they place a lot of fucking cultural importance on civil service and education. Education is the greatest. The education is the greatest way to engage in upward social mobility, which existed in China even while Western nations were like dying because they didn't know how to fucking wipe their asses and shit. So that part absolutely is a continuation of like the Chinese attitude that has existed for a very long time. This crackdown will be positive only if they rapidly expand their public schooling, which people are happy with. Again, this is not defensive ed tech. They're predatory and leeches, but kind of necessary evil. Yeah. Before COVID, the average Chinese family spent 1/3 of its discretionary income on extra education. Yeah. Can you explain what EdTech is real quick? It's private institutions that offer supplementary education. So you go to school, but then you have like some kind of like scholastic aptitude test, some form of that in between 8th grade and high school. That's how it is in Turkey. I don't know if that's the same in China. But then also on top of that, in between high school and college, and in order to study for those tests, or in order to get better at your school in general, you go and get additional courses after school, where I don't know what it's called in America. I don't know what they do, but yeah, it's private e-tutors in China. A lot of that was like done online, but there are actual like physical schools as well. In Turkey, there were physical schools. I went to them. Like, it was fucking terrible. Like cram school in Japan. And because of the value that they place on education, they wanted to level the playing field. The research grants given by the government offer a special fast lane attention for grants, semiconductor, and cybernetic studies. They are speeding up. I know because I applied to many grants in astro research. Topji. So, wish my Kumon Center was nationalized. Oh, okay, that's what it's called. Okay, so my mom is going to be an English teacher at a high-end school in Chongqing, and I feel bad for being afraid for her because I feel slightly bigoted. Wait, why? Why do you feel scared for her? What do you think is going to happen? You think they're going to fucking arrest her or some shit? Like, what the fuck? She taught them English too well. It's basically a ton of additional school. Yes, and it's also additional school that you have to pay a lot of money.
to be spent on much more. And internally, the Chinese economy, and through it, Chinese society as a whole, was reaching a pretty significant turning point as well.
I'm gonna be honest with you, your mom is significantly worse off being a teacher in Oklahoma than she is in any part of China, okay? Like, I was just thinking about that, and it's like, your mom could be living in Oklahoma, driving Uber, tired as fuck, after her entire workday, specifically so that she can make ends meet and have a living wage, because in Oklahoma, teacher salaries have stagnated for the past 20 fucking years. Or she could go live a comfortable life in China, teaching English and, become more worldly as well. I'm willing to bet that she's not going to have to buy her own class supplies or get fucking shot. That's the other thing that we're not even talking about. Hey, what's up? At least your mom doesn't have to fucking dodge bullets. You know what I mean? There's another fun component to being a teacher somewhere else on the planet than the United States of America.
After decades of incredibly fast expansion, the country's growth started to slow dramatically in the last few years. Ignoring the crazy swings around the pandemic, a strong downward trend has become clear for everyone to see, even in the official figures, and with it, the sense of incredible economic progress has disappeared across China's population as well. In this environment, together with all the COVID-related pressures and other problems, citizens started to question what the long working hours, the lack of privacy, the brutal educational pressure, and the ruthless profiteering of companies were for, when they themselves no longer saw great leaps in prosperity. Among China's youth, the phenomenon of lying flat has become increasingly popular, where people basically lose faith in hard work paying off at all and simply switch to doing the bare minimum just to get by.
Bro, they're quiet quitting in China too. Yo! Dude, they're quiet quitting in China too. What the fuck? Okay, I do love this because I'm going to be honest, like, I personally think that this is interesting because we know how the American government is not dealing with this, right? Because, like, one component of this is to, like, create more opportunities, allow fluidity in changing sectors and whatnot, not have your insurance tied to your employment, like not have your healthcare tied to your employment, things of that nature would allow people to focus on initiatives in industries, especially if you have industries that you care about, that you want to fucking grow. Like in America, we have a major infrastructure problem. Construction would be great. You know what I mean? How do you fucking get people to get into construction? Better pay, housing, things of that nature that the government could handle. So I would love to see how China deals with this problem. Whereas in the United States, I know how we're not dealing with the problem. We're trying to fucking create like a massive recession so that people are starving. Kevin McCarthy is literally talking about how he wants to tie benefits and entitlements programs to, I'm not even going to call it entitlement, benefits, social safety nets to more work conditions, even though the job availability to the fucking current number of unemployed is identical to has gotten back to pre-pandemic levels, and yet people are still saying, oh, we have so many jobs that are open, but no one wants to fill them. You're misinformed. China is collapsing. Look, I know, dude. China is collapsing every fucking week.
I personally have Chinese friends of my own who subscribe to this lying flat idea, and it's just wild to me to see how people suddenly turn from kind of just accepting the hustle and working like crazy to turning their back on it almost completely. When the incredible growth stops, citizens understandably start demanding more of a focus on getting better consumer protections and working conditions, etc. And many of these changes and laws aim to signal to the population loud and clear that that's what the government is focused on now: shorter working hours, less educational pressure, fewer scams online, etc. The government calls this a shift from a high speed to a high quality model for economic growth, and it emphasizes the concept of common prosperity. So that's why I think the government did it, to gain back control, to focus resources on what the government considers to be sensitive, critical technologies, and to further the idea of common prosperity. China seemingly compressed 2 decades of tech regulations into 2 years, so these changes seem exceptionally violent, and I think that is deliberate as they attempt to
I'm going to use the term violent. You know what I mean? Like, that seems kind of... This is a strange choice of words, but otherwise, this video is fucking... What a banger. I love this. I don't know who this guy is, but holy fuck, he's popping. I think he probably means, like, aggressive, and it's like an ESL problem. No, I'm not even kidding. I think he literally... I think he's... Because the rest of the energy is incredibly pro-China, I would say, in comparison to the rest of the, Western media. So he probably is trying to say it's very aggressive, but like maybe having like a ESL moment. Because I didn't see anything in this fucking entire video where he makes it seem like what China is doing is bad. If anything, he offers genuine context that you rarely ever get from most outlets.
Send a very clear message to both the industry and their citizens that they take these things very seriously all of a sudden. Now, the question is whether these consequences will work as planned and whether there are any unintended consequences. And while it's impossible to say for certain, we can already see some first signs. If you're interested in my assessment of the effectiveness of these sanctions, I've made a separate bonus video diving into exactly that, covering how government agencies, investors, consumers, and the markets have reacted so far, and you can watch that as a bonus video exclusively on Nebula. This video joins many other bonus segments that I've released on our own video streaming site called Nebula in the past, so interested viewers can dive deeper into each of my topics, and it also joins fantastic Nebula original series like China Actually from other Nebula creators like Polymatter. For everyone wanting to better understand how China works, which I guess is everyone still watching this video, I think this series is an absolutely brilliant resource. Nebula is built and owned by me as well as hundreds of my very favorite educational creators, many of which I bet are also your favorite educational creators, and the platform truly significantly helps us finance our work while also giving you extra content to watch. There are no ads on Nebula, our existing YouTube videos are all up there as well.
Fuck. Well, there are no ads on Nebula, but I just accidentally showed you guys an ad while I was doing a pee-pee. The way China does domestic and foreign policy, in my opinion, is just a smarter way of organizing a capitalist state. Not to be the ML guy, but I think we still need to keep in mind the purpose of the state, though it's definitely a more worker-friendly empire than the U.S. I mean, there's plenty of issues, too. Like, if we're being real, Chinese healthcare is really fucking bad. There's a lot of issues that still need to be solved. Here's your daily 5-second Chinese lesson.
Don't give a shit. 关你屁事。关你屁事。关你屁事。
关你屁事。Slay bestie in Chinese.
Slay bestie. In China, we don't say slay bestie. Instead, we simply say 闺蜜杀。闺蜜杀, which means your bestie is very cute ability.
What? Your bestie is very killability? What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Okay. And for those of you who think that there is no central planning in the United States, let's take a look at friend of the show, Second Thought, and how companies plan the economy here in the United States of America.
All right. Actually, let's go somewhere else. Walmart.
Oh, this is going to be the book. I wonder if he talks about it. Oh, no, he doesn't. What was it called? The book that he's going to be referencing a lot is a book, very good book, about how Walmart and Amazon basically, People's Republic of Walmart. Thank you. People's Republic of Walmart. So, pre-watched.
Now that we're here, let's talk about economic planning. Not the personal finance, Instagram guru, retire at 24 with this one trick and my $80 course kind, but the kind that's concerned with how we organize our entire economy. If you've ever played a city building game, you kind of get the idea. You manage resources, from raw materials to labor power, with the goal of building a functional and stable society. Economic planning is one approach to the organization of the economy that doesn't rely on, or at least minimizes the role of, markets in economic organization. Markets are full of problems, not the least of which being the ridiculous assumptions made about human behavior that they rely on. And the idea with planning is that instead of a competitive free-for-all with vast inequalities in influence determining what happens, who works, for how long, doing what, and with what goals in mind, decisions are arrived at democratically. In capitalism, the singular goal of profit animates economic decisions, and there's a less than perfect overlap between what is necessary and good and what is profitable. By contrast, economic planning attempts to coordinate economic activity through some amount of forecasting, some amount of general economic steering, and a lot of coordination and cooperation. It often involves people communicating and organizing around their needs without using price as the sole indicator of what they want. But with that, and with economic planning in general, there's a tremendous amount of variation in what it can actually look like. But let's be honest, before we even get into the details, we need it. We need economic planning. Okay, so hold up. I want to get a couple things clear before we go any further. For one thing, it's pretty obvious to everyone that the market will just not save us from things like ecological collapse, right? Like, climate change is already making life a lot worse for hundreds of millions of people, and it's objectively just not going to get better. We can't buy green our way out of this. Capitalist markets, for all the great things Elon Musk stands somehow find to say about them, are just not capable of solving climate change in a way that doesn't end up with billions of people being
cap and trade, fuck you, cap and trade, carbon offsets, fuck you. One day we're gonna have carbon capture technology. Fuck you. You're wrong. Oh God. I watched a Kurzgesagt video that said that we will have technology in the future. It will deal with it. Oh God. Oh.
Placed.
Okay, I did it. Fuck. I got it out. I got it all out. Okay.
Sacrificed on the altar of capital, or being subjected to new forms of totally based rare earth metal imperialism. Capitalist economies need infinite growth. They demand it at any cost. And on a planet with finite resources, with the fossil fuel industry having the most power of any institution, period, capitalism and its markets are just not going to be the thing that gets us out of this. We need a plan for how to continue living on this planet, meeting our needs, organizing ourselves collectively to manage our material requirements and our well-being, not just letting whoever feels like it pull more from the earth than it can regenerate because they can make a quick buck. Capitalist economies are very narrow-minded. They only care about what can be monetized. But an economy is not just a question of what we produce. An economy is everything from how we organize care to how we keep our ecosystems alive. Something that monetization and extractivism don't gel with. Plus, capitalist markets produce crushing inequality. They require it. Market capitalism is stuck in a constant boom and bust cycle that throws millions of people into sudden poverty, while enriching those with enough capital to outmaneuver the collapse. Really, how many once-in-a-lifetime crashes have kids born in the 2000s already seen? Stagflation and monopolization are inevitable. In fact, they're the norm. But the levers to remedy them are kept out of democratic control. And not to be that guy, but now that it's back in the news, if you need to bail out private banks every time they crash, which seems like it's a lot, because it would destroy the economy if you didn't, maybe private banks shouldn't be given economy-destroying potential in the first place. We very clearly need to imagine implementing—
Sounds like something that's bordering along, maybe teetering along the lines of what you would call, socialism. I don't really like what I'm hearing from this guy. He looks a lot like Lenin too, like a young Lenin. I don't really like what this guy has to say. Seems to be like he's a bit of a what do they call it? A tanky.
Something different, or the vast
Need to
majority—
give that one a second thought. If second thought's so good, why no third thought? Think about that. Fucking wrecked.
of the planet will continue to suffer from decisions only a few people get to make. And interestingly, we can actually look at Walmart for inspiration. Speaking of Walmart, Walmart is the company with the most revenue in the world. Just last year, they made an insane $570 billion in revenue.
Hey, they deserve
it.
it. They need more.
And to give you an idea of how much money that is, there are fewer than 30 countries in the world with a GDP that big. Those two metrics are pretty different, to be clear. But still, most people alive today live in a country whose government isn't playing around with a budget nearly as big as Walmart's, and a smaller internal economy.
For the record, here, let's compare Walmart as a nation to China. When Walmart generates $570 billion of revenue, they're doing that by, you'll say, enslaving the fucking population, right? Like, oh, China generates a lot of wealth from its labor force that is, put under like strenuous, awful workplace conditions, all this stuff. Yeah, but what do they do with the profits? Walmart doesn't take those profits and then redistributes it through social safety nets and rapid industrialization and highways and roads and shit like that. Walmart takes that money and pockets it, okay? That's the main difference between something like China and what has happened in China over the course of the past 30 years versus something like Walmart, okay?
Walmart has about 11,000 stores and over 2 million employees in 24 countries. But that's just Walmart proper. According to the company, Walmart has over 100,000 global suppliers, many of which are so embedded in the Walmart economy, we might as well consider them a part of Walmart itself. This is a huge business, and the kind of money it generates is what makes the family that owns Walmart, the Waltons, a wall-ton of money. And although Walmart is the biggest, there's a solid handful of companies just like it. So looking for inspiration at Walmart seems like a bad idea, right? I mean, it's no secret that places like Walmart and Amazon only have the kind of cash flow they do because of some of the most brutal examples of capitalist exploitation we've ever seen. Walmart pays its workers starvation wages that push them onto Medicaid and food stamps. The company is aggressively anti-union. It has one of the worst turnover rates in the country. It frequently denies its workers overtime pay and engages in other wage theft practices. It regularly violates labor laws, and it relies on child and sweatshop labor for some of its products. It uses intrusive surveillance tech on its clients and its workers. It greenwashes. And of course, it decimates local businesses by undercutting their prices so it can establish a local monopoly. In many ways, Walmart is the epitome of capitalist business practices. The perfect case of profit first, meaning everybody and everything else right off and dying. When I said we could look to Walmart for inspiration for something new, obviously I wasn't talking about any of that stuff. All of this is very much part of the old world that we need to leave behind. What can be of inspiration to a post-capitalist socialist society, however, is how Walmart coordinates its economy. Because despite being the iconic embodiment of capitalism, Walmart looks a lot like a country with a planned economy. Okay, here, before you tune out. Okay. Look, we're already, I don't know how many minutes into this video, and I need to clear something up. Capitalism does not equal markets. Socialism does not equal planning. In fact, despite the constant preaching about the efficiency of the market, capitalists and capitalist governments actively hate markets,
paying so much attention,
and will do everything they can to avoid dealing with them. That's part of the appeal of becoming a monopoly or capitalist governments bailing out banks. It's capitalists escaping the market's negative consequences as much as possible, and giving themselves more predictable outcomes than markets provide. But I'll explain that in a second when we go back to talking about Walmart again. Anyway, capitalism does not equal markets, socialism does not equal planning. At the most basic and oversimplified level, what differentiates the two is who has ownership.
It's literally the book, The People's Republic of Walmart by Lee Phillips. I know. I think he is going to credit them in a second.
Of and control over economic production. Under capitalism, it's capitalists. They own businesses privately, and the general structure of society, its laws, its politics, its economy, and so on are geared towards satisfying their need, making profits. Often at the cost of collective needs, like air that's still good to breathe or people having enough money to not have to finance a pizza with zilch or afterpay. Under capitalism, profit guides economics, and it goes to the small group that owns factories, land, stores, hotels, stuff like that. Socialism, though, is collective, democratic ownership and control over economics, where everyone's needs and wants are given equal weight. Where capitalism has a $1, one vote system and is perfectly content with some people, and some corporations acting like people, having 100 billion votes and some people having 0 or even negative votes, socialism is guided by a one-person, one-vote ideal, which is not just limited to voting for a new representative every 4 years. It's not a question of markets or planning. Capitalists use planning, and many socialist societies have used markets in their economic structure. The socialist society we want to see fully realized doesn't need to be planned to be good or socialistic. But that said, economic planning is one of the tools at our disposal for coordinating a socialist society. But first we have to talk about what makes it appealing. So let's go back to Walmart and that point about planning in capitalism. As much as capitalism's advocates will tell you that economic planning died in the 90s with the Soviet Union, planned economies have been the backbone of a properly functioning capitalism. The problem is that they are far from democratic, and most of the time, they're hidden from sight.
Walmart plan. There's no aspect of free markets in any fucking capitalist nation. If it wasn't for government subsidies, we would literally not have any resource extraction industries, and we would certainly not have agriculture. That's how it fucking works. The only difference in a country like the United States of America is that the government has no control once they give away the subsidies.
Plans, plain and simple, just like every other capitalist business. Walmart just does it at a massive scale. Think about it. There is no internal market at Walmart. Different departments, stores, trucks, and suppliers aren't out there signing contracts with one another, paying transaction fees, competing over the same resources, and trying to undercut each other with lower prices. Operations are coordinated and planned ahead of time to make sure that each store is appropriately stocked, staffed, and prepared, oftentimes before Walmart has collected any sort of price or market signal. This is thanks to Walmart's Resource Logistics Management System. Throughout the supply chain, every actor in the Walmart economy has to act in complete contradiction to capitalist market dogma. They need to operate with trust, openness, and cooperation, transparency and planning, creating instructions to follow for weeks, months, and years, sharing data about inventory, location, and efficiency. All of these things define Walmart's operations a lot more than chaotic competition. Because once Walmart determines who its suppliers are, there is no more market mechanism to speak of. Products are produced, transported, stocked, shelved, and accounted for, all according to a plan that Walmart lays out ahead of time and adjusts based on the information it receives from its retailers, shippers, and staff in real time. More than real time, much of Walmart's efficiency comes from its ability to determine ahead of time.
Even if we manage to achieve a free market economy, wouldn't it eventually fall into oligopolistic planning? Yes, and it would inevitably become a monopoly. Because all industries, even if they are not a natural monopoly or an industry prone to monopolization, because it has a high barrier of entry, ultimately all industries do what is known as vertical and horizontal integration. A process in which, in order to maximize efficiency and deliver the goods that you are, eating, consuming, whatever, they engage in monopolizing actions, and all companies want to do that. Like capitalist nations are also aware of this. At least some of them will turn around and act like they are interested in regulating that kind of monopolization in an effort to, stop the thing that has happened in America where corporations control every aspect of your life. Okay? No matter what happens, companies are better off when they control all aspects from delivery, from production, commodity production, all the way to like literally delivering it to your doorstep. Amazon is the best example of this. They do it pretty aggressively. They benefit from that. That's why they have monopolized the entirety of e-commerce in the United States of America. So no matter what happens, if there is no anti-capitalist regulatory mechanism keeping companies in check, there will always be monopolization. Okay? That's it. And it has happened throughout history. Ultimately, if monopolies are a certainty, then I would much rather have those monopolies be controlled by an institution that at the very least is like in some ways accountable to the population through a democratic process. That's right. That's why I'm saying government regulation and government control over all of these sectors, especially ones that have inelastic demand like healthcare, especially ones that have that are necessary for survival, like shelter and food, the most important fucking needs that we have, should be at the very least either completely controlled by the government, completely nationalized, or heavily regulated by the government and socialized, or at the very least, an alternative by the government should be provided, so that there is a base level of material equality for all citizens living inside of the country, that the government at the very least offers you an alternative for free that we pay for with our tax dollars.
How many products it needs, where they need to go, and stocking the shelves in anticipation so it's never missing a sale because of a lack of inventory. And because data sharing is a necessary part of this process, Walmart and all its suppliers actually act more like a single firm than sellers and clients. Otherwise, if that friction was constantly introduced into the system, it would lose the efficiency that Walmart depends on. And this isn't just me saying this. Walmart itself calls this process collaborative planning, forecasting, and replenishment. It brags about how great it makes its business, and describes it as, quote, a set of actions taken by supply chain partners to plan and communicate tasks to meet customer demand while reducing cost. It includes business planning, sales forecasting, and replenishment of raw materials and finished goods. This sounds an awful lot like a planned economy, coordinated from the most basic unit, raw materials, to the final product. When you read the different steps in the CPFR process, it all seems like a far cry from the supposed anarchy of markets, where prices are constantly in flux and an army of small producers compete over consumers. In direct contradiction to what capitalist economists like Mises or Hayek believed, that information about consumption is too hard to collect, aggregate, analyze, and use as the basis of predictive and adaptable production, that instead individual producers must follow the whims of the markets and price as best they can or risk preemptively overproducing. What Walmart and every other business that has copied its model exemplify is that data can be collected and used to predict accurately where things need to go ahead of time. And it works. Rarely does Walmart's model make a costly mistake. However, because Walmart, and similarly any other company doing the same thing, like Amazon, are in the business of gleaning profit off this process, this system isn't even as good as it could be. With no internal democratic framework to decide what is acceptable to optimize and what isn't, how profit might instead be used not on shareholder payout, but on greater efficiency and automation, the company limits its own innovations, like automated shelving with warehouse robots, to take advantage of cheaper, overworked, and highly surveilled human workers who have little ability to institute structural change. In any case, inside a sea of market competition, there are islands of planning so big they actively look like countries. But that's already giving market competition too much credit. The sea of market competition within which these corporate planned economies operate is also very much planned. For starters, banks, both the private and central kind, are in the business of allocating funds and planning the economy. With just a keystroke, they create money that will go to fund certain endeavors over others, based on their predictions and what they want to see happen. But that's not all. Central banks use their control over things like interest rates to steer the whole economy, often, in capitalist countries, to tip the scale in favor of employers. But go another step further, and you'll find that financial firms coordinate the economy too. They do so by owning shares in as many companies as possible. And it works like this. An investor who has holdings in one airline or telecom wants it to outperform the others, to increase its profits even if only temporarily at others' expense. But an investor who owns a piece of every airline or telecom, as occurs in a passively managed index fund, has drastically different goals. Competition no longer matters. The overriding interest now is squeezing the most out of customers and workers across an entire industry, no matter which firm does it. In principle, capitalist competition should unremittingly steer the total profits across the sector down, ultimately to zero. This is because even though every firm individually aims for the highest possible profit, doing so means finding ways to undercut competitors and thus reduce profit opportunities sector-wide.
Yeah. Profit margins should slim as every company is rushing to outcompete one another. Okay? Whereas it doesn't happen because there is corporate consolidation. And even in the financial sector, as JT is explaining perfectly here, as he summarizes People's Republic of Walmart, due to corporate consolidation and the financial sector having an ownership stake in like pretty much every company in that particular field, there is no need for competition, and companies can engage in what is known as price leadership. One company decides to, here's a great example of this. For example, one company, one airliner, which is also, again, pretty much a monopoly in like certain smaller cities with like smaller airports, but a duopoly or an oligopoly in others. One airline will decide to cut serving you food for free. Then every other airline does the exact same thing. They follow suit. One airline will decide, carry-on luggage, you now have to pay for that. Other airlines follow suit. Oftentimes, they also have industry-wide cost-cutting initiatives when they are up against regulation. Like one of the best examples of this is when the airline lobby tried to change FAA regulations to allow for planes to no longer need a co-pilot. That is a devastatingly scary thought. That is absolutely something that should never be allowed. And the only reason why there's any kind of pushback against something like that is because we have some solid unionization in both the pilot side and also on, on every aspect of, well, with the exception of air traffic control, every aspect of the labor that goes into the airliner industry. So they get together and they fight back against this deregulation. And they are pretty much the only people that are standing in the way. They are pretty much the only people standing in the fucking way of this level of like cost-cutting measures that would be genuinely, terrifyingly scary if it were to be implemented.
Big institutional investors and passive investment funds, on the other hand, move entire sectors towards concentration that looks much more like monopoly, with handy profits, as firms have less reason to undercut one another. The result is a very capitalist sort of planning. And this isn't a rare occurrence. The chance that any two firms in the broad S&P 1500 index of the US stock market have a common owner that holds at least 5% of shares in both is today a stunning 90%. In other words, undemocratic planning is the point towards which competitive capitalism converges. And just to really hammer home this planning under capitalism point, look at a company like Sears. In 2004, the company was taken over by a hedge fund, and Edward Lampert was put at its head. Lampert had drunk the competition is better than planning Kool-Aid, and he went about completely reorganizing the company from the inside, turning all its different units into their own little autonomous and competing companies. In other words, bringing the market and all the supposed good things capitalists have to say about them inside the company.
So you have looked inside his performance and how he actually runs this company, and it's fascinating. It's not your typical retailer.
The way he runs it is radically different from really any retailer. It's much more, as we said in the piece, kind of like a hedge fund. Instead of an integrated model where, you know, all the different divisions are supposed to work together and under the same leaders, they're almost like autonomous businesses, each with their own P&L, their own CMOs, their own leaders.
Their own board of directors, too.
Their own boards that have to meet constantly, yes.
And it hasn't been working.
Who does he delegate leadership to? Who does he delegate authority to?
Well, to dozens of independent businesses. You know, they each have autonomy. They're each accountable for their own results.
So there's like appliances. I go to Sears and I buy a washer and a dryer. There's one separate business for that.
That's its own business, yes, with its own profit and loss statement, its own leaders.
Well, let me ask the obvious question. Within a typical Sears, how many separate businesses are there?
It's varied a little bit, but over 30 is what we found.
Lampert's plan was a show. Just to give you an idea of what Lampert's plan looked like in practice, when a sub-company within Sears, like the apparel division for example, wanted to use IT or HR, or work with any other part of the company for that matter, they had to do what different businesses do: sign contracts and pay transaction fees, every time. But of course, internally, different businesses would find it was cheaper to get outside contractors than to work within Sears. For example, Craftsman Tools found it was cheaper to get batteries if they didn't use the in-house brand DieHard. So DieHard's profits took a hit. And that story was repeated all throughout Sears. Oftentimes it was just better to screw over other Sears units completely than work together like in a normal business. The bottom line of the company wasn't their concern, just whether their unit would have good profit-loss statements. So different product units would compete over the limited shelving space.
It's like if AWS hardballed Twitch. Yeah. Surely that would never happen in a mega corporation like Amazon, right? Yeah, imagine if something like that happened. There's a possibility I'm going to be on the Tucker Carlson tonight pretty soon, apparently, lol. Yo, I was on Fox News. Wait, what? Why?
Space. Apparently ending up with stores where screwdrivers were right next to lingerie, because they weren't trying to optimize what customers got as a whole, just what they could squeeze from each other. Loss leaders, the products that sell but don't make profit in order to bring customers in for the more profitable products, were completely screwed over now, so they were forced to jack up their prices. Everybody was constantly trying to undercut everybody else, and it got so bad that at internal company meetings, executives were putting screen tint on their laptops to stop each other from spying. The company wasn't doing well before Lampert took over, but the internal market only hurt it more. Once the money really started drying up, all hell broke loose, with the different units all fighting over the same resources and having no reason to collectively invest in the store's infrastructure. Capital expenditure stopped almost entirely. Year after year, Sears was reporting billions of dollars of losses. The thing is that each individual unit acted in perfect capitalist rationality. It screwed over its competitors trying to look out only for itself and its profits, and it ultimately killed its host in the process. Sears filed for bankruptcy in 2018.
So funny, I worked in the financial sector for like 6 years and somehow never heard the super obvious fact of how sector ETFs mess up competition. I mean, I think there's like internal cohesion and collaboration that is probably more significant than ETFs. But yes, of course. Like, I think a lot of companies, that's on the financial sector. Like, that's just one other aspect of it, where the financial sector is also further incentivizing this collaboration because everybody gets to eat. And by everybody, I mean the top 10% of wealth in this country that own 90% of the fucking stock market. So that's, you know, that's what we're talking about.
This is why companies monopolize, integrate vertically and horizontally, expand into new sectors, find common investors.
And once they hit fucking monopolization, dude, you know what they do? They start cost-cutting measures. Guess what? Why do you think Amazon is making delivery fees more and more expensive? Why is Amazon teetering along the borders of claiming that Prime might no longer offer you free delivery? Same-day delivery, as a matter of fact. I wonder why Amazon is no longer offering the same services that it did 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They start telling you got to run top-of-the-hour ad breaks. They decide that you can no longer say that ad blockers is a good way to avoid the top-of-the-hour ad breaks. They tell you, you can't say nothing about that. You can't say nothing about the other 3-letter word that I'm not even going to say. And then you're faced with a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour with only one mechanism of avoidance, which is a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, you're going to get 1 free Prime subscription a month, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's right. There's a 3-minute ad break coming for you right now, baby. God damn. Anyone that gives that a 5, dude, are you crazy? Blue Slide Park, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You also have a lot of venture-backed companies that just bleed money until they're a monopoly. Yes, exactly. Gandalf Elantifascista. What? Thank you for the 5 get the subs.
Bring their suppliers in with transparency requirements. And plan. Because when companies act in a competitive manner, they lose out on efficiency and their narrow-minded interest for profit
Kyle
bite
Marks,
them
thank you
in
for
the
the
long
5 get
run.
the subs.
It's not hard to see the mess that happened within Sears as analogous to the mess happening in the rest of our global competitive economy. The fossil fuel industry has absolutely no interest in not pumping more carbon into the atmosphere because the more oil is burned, the more their lines go up. It will keep going down this path, screwing over its less polluting competitors and all of us collectively until the Earth is completely unlivable because profit dictates its every move. Not the health of the wider economy or the humans that make it up. Only its interests matter, which is to say the interests of the handful of people that have ownership of fossil fuel companies. But back to planning. Interestingly enough, the modern planned economies we have today in companies like Walmart and Amazon were all predated by socialist planned economies. Of course, the USSR had Gosplan, but that manual computing and quota-based system looks pretty outdated today. More similar to the kind of planning that exists in a modern firm is what was happening in Chile with Project Cybersyn. To summarize it really briefly, in 1970, Salvador Allende, a socialist, was elected as president of Chile, despite the best efforts of the US to make sure that didn't happen. From funding the 2 main opposition candidates, to creating anti-Allende press outlets, through funding, training, and infiltrating fascist groups, creating an economic blockade and withdrawing quote-unquote foreign aid, which is to say cutting the please don't elect a socialist fund, the US government and US companies poured hundreds of millions of dollars into preventing Chile from controlling its own economy. That's because before Allende, American businesses in copper, banking, telecommunications, and various factories were mostly under American capitalist control and extracting wealth from Chile to the US in a process known as unequal exchange. Much of this meddling, by the way, has been declassified and admitted outright in the Church Commission report or verified in released recordings of President Nixon. In any case, when Allende became president, he had a daunting task: creating a democratic socialist economy in a relatively poor country assailed on all fronts, political, economic, and social, by the world's largest superpower. To get around this, Allende's government set out to create a whole new economy. One that would be planned and organized with real-time information collected on a national network of computers. Allende's goal was to create a decentralized, democratic, and anti-bureaucratic network that could allow for a degree of national economic planning to be coupled with local autonomy in a country with only about 50 computers to its name. It would have a control center at the top, a physical network of computers to relay data, an economic simulator with which planners could experiment before implementing policy changes, and a system of anonymized public feedback. The idea behind this effort, Project Cybersyn, was that economic producers would input their production data into the system and have access to information that would allow them to coordinate across the economy. If a problem arose, say a machine breaks down, something isn't getting to the factory on time, there's some kind of shortage, and so on, individual units had time to respond to it autonomously before the problem made its way up the system to avoid knock-on effects. The system also had the advantage of disincentivizing lying, since the multiplicity of data inputs meant that an anomaly would quickly stand out, and the benefits of honesty would allow more efficient coordination. And it worked, especially in a crisis. In 1972, employers in Chile went on a reactionary strike, locking factories and blocking the country's truck freight transportation in the hopes of crashing the
capital strike
economy and destabilizing the socialist government. But they failed. That's because workers and the United Chilean...
An employer strike them out? No, it happens. It happens all the time. The only reason why it doesn't happen in America is because they never have the need to. But wait, when was it that they actually... Yeah, a lockout. They actually literally... Didn't that almost... What the fuck was it? A couple years ago, if not a year ago, there was a attempt. There was not an attempt, but like they claimed that it was going to happen. What the fuck was it? John Deere? Did John Deere say that they were going to do it? Or was it car manufacturers? What the fuck was it? Not workers. Not led by rank and file union members. I'm talking about owners. No. There was something very specific. I forget what it was. Kroger's tried lockouts in Kentucky during the Teamster strikes during COVID. Yeah, when the owners say we're closing this, we're closing the plant. If you want to strike, or if you want to, it's usually done against government regulation, where they will threaten to shut down their operations. I think he could have, what the fuck, was it baby formula? At Kroger and Amazon, capital is going on the offensive. Some of the country's most profitable companies like Kroger and Amazon have been escalating their hardball tactics against workers flush with cash. They're more confident than ever, and they're doing whatever they can.
Left rose against their employers, opening the factories and running their truck routes themselves, repairing trucks on repurposed shop floors, and fighting this counter-revolution directly in the streets. And Cybersyn helped in their efforts. Fuel shortages in different sectors were communicated via Cybersyn to nearby enterprises that could help. Blocked roads were reported and new transportation lines were coordinated in real time. And the places that needed raw materials most to continue functioning were easily identified and provisioned, ultimately allowing the government and the Chilean people to weather a storm that could have ended their socialist experiment before it had properly started. All this before the internet, by the way. Of course, Cybersyn had its limitations. The project had barely 2 years to be thought up and implemented in a context of brutal economic isolation before a fascist coup replaced the democratically elected socialist Allende with Augusto Pinochet, the neoliberal anti-communist dictator who quickly scrapped it altogether. Cybersyn never matured beyond its most basic beginnings. Its real-time adjustment system never became a reality, with delays often hovering around 2 weeks. Gender biases and lingering class structures limited worker participation in creating the project and maintaining it. And the system of anonymized feedback that would make it so responsive was never actually implemented. Nonetheless, the echoes of Cybersyn exist in our modern planning systems and give us tremendous potential to imagine what the future of planning can look like. Thanks to Cybersyn, and to the ways in which planning happens under capitalism, we can easily visualize what a democratic and socialist planned economy could actually look like, with local units working in autonomous democratic fashion, reporting data through an online portal, and toggling switches to indicate shortages and surpluses that can be weathered or distributed through the larger network. In this system, what can be dealt with at the local level should be. Decisions can travel upwards and horizontally to guarantee autonomy. and downward regulation and planning can both steer a general direction governed by democratic mandate and prevent ecologically destructive excesses that might arise at the lower levels.
But perhaps one way to explain the concept to sort of more lay people is imagine that instead of buying things, you requisition them. So you're putting in like a requisition order to the system, like, okay, we need this and that and this and that, and it could be printer paper or whatever, and it just gets sort of added to the cost of your workplace, and it all kind of averages out in the end, so you don't have to worry about all these. Yeah, that could be one way to explain it. Another way could be, again, to point to the chaotic nature of the market and the business cycle and the present situation with the electricity prices in Europe, for example. It's, from one day you can have the prices 1.5 euros per kilowatt hour. The next day it's minus 5 cents. It's ridiculous. And you can kind of go with like, okay, yes, you could have an economic system where you have certainty for quite a long time. You know that as long as there's no natural disaster, and even if there's a natural disaster, you know that you have reserves of this and that already available. So that could be one way to sort of sell it to the layperson, let's say. Just pretend it's in the cloud. So you have like a planning cloud, and let's say you log into a front end over your web browser, and it just, it takes care of all the heavy lifting for you. And you could make sure you have a regional backup system for this, and you can do like, because there will be a problem, like everyone cannot log into the exact same computer at the same time, like 1 billion people on the same computer. That's going to be difficult. But you could imagine, you have a municipal little cluster of 100 computers. That's not inconceivable, and maybe you log into that, and you do, you make a rough thing. It maybe in a week it gets synchronized centrally, and then but that's perhaps overly technical.
Okay, so we wouldn't require supercomputers tied into each business, right? We could have fairly modest hardware that would all be able to communicate on fairly standard networks, and then all that information would be aggregated and fed into a presumably larger machine that would run the more important nationwide side.
The access to the cloud. Shared between everyone, right?
I think it's better. The cloud metaphor is better. Just kind of pretend that it's just there. Because we can do that.
And none of this means abandoning markets or gift economies or anything like bringing everything under the plan. Most things we do for daily social reproduction don't require planning. Planning is not the way to do socialism. It's just a tool of economics. Oftentimes when we imagine the future or feel paralyzed by trying to change the present, we easily get our imagination stuck in either a primitivist dystopia, a productivist, fully automated society on a burnt-up planet, or a market dictatorship under the ultimate megacorp. To talk about planning in more realistic and democratic terms is not to sell you on it, but to give credibility to the possibility of a socialist economy that actually provides for everyone and responds to our desires.
Yeah, especially when it already exists. Like I mentioned, at the government level, that level of central planning already exists. At the private corporate level, it's just about who the winners are and who the losers are. And unfortunately, under a capitalist organization of the economy, for many of you in the chat, the losers are pretty much everyone, and the winners are the 1%. The entire system is designed so the 1% can maintain their profits, and that's it. Corporations never have to care or consider the actual laborers. All they need to care about is their shareholders and improving the stock prices for their shareholders and their profit margins for their shareholders. It's not calling all his viewers losers, shaking my fucking head. It is the reality. If you are a part of the labor, if you're part of the proletariat, then you're screwed. That's just how it works.
Because it's feasible. We don't have to come up with the perfect system and figure out every detail before we work to change society. No historical movement has ever...
Stop lying. AWS gave me a 2.1% hike. Nice, man. So what's up? So you got like only a 4% price cut? How does that work? So your wages decreased only by 4%? Is that what you're saying?
It worked like that.
Nice.
And in those watershed moments where everything seems to change at once, there is always room for those who come after to make improvements. All we need is something better, not something perfect. And since we know we can make a more democratic, a more efficient, and a more sustainable economy with the tools at our disposal today, that's enough to start.
Sarcastic. Yeah.
One of the things I get asked a lot on this channel is how to help parents or friends break out of their little propaganda bubble.
That was a great video by Second Thought. Another absolute fucking banger. Criminally underrated with 280,000 views. I mean, this is a 30-minute. It's basically like CEO celebrates worker who sold family dog after he demanded they return to work. God, I love fucking stories like this. The governor of Oklahoma is calling on 4 McCurtain County officials to resign after the release of a secret audio recording that allegedly captured them making racist remarks about lynching black people and talking about killing journalists. Sorry, that was something that we didn't cover. GOP leader who voted to expel Tennessee 3 was found guilty of sexually harassing interns, by the way. So a great comeuppance for a lot of these fucking freaks happening all around us. I don't know what this is. Material so classified we forgot how to make it. I think Nelk Boys and Trump I'll do tomorrow. When the detective is a criminal is the one I have here. But what is this?
Currently involved in my biggest scandal yet. And I want to immediately just start trying to pour water on the flames here. So put your pitchforks down and let me explain. Just simmer down, all right? Hold your horses. As all of you know, today is 420, of course, weed day, whatever. But also, it's the purge on Twitter. The checkmark purge. Anyone that isn't subscribed to Twitter Blue has just had their checkmarks banished to the Shadow Realm. They're gone. The whole legacy checkmark system has been kaput. They've wiped their ass with it. Now that all is left is the embarrassing $8 a month being flushed right down the shitter for a useless service. Unless, of course, you're a business that's paying $1,000 a month for a gold checkmark or a politician who gets the gray one. The only blue checkmarks left are the Twitter Blue subscribers.
So what's up? Did he buy it or not? I just wanted, that's all I know.
I have a checkmark because they let me be grandfathered in with like a legacy checkmark or anything like that. It's not like they allowed me to persist past the doomsday here. I wasn't some kind of crafty Neanderthal caveman who took shelter when the asteroid hit the Earth that took out the dinosaurs and I survived or anything. I have a checkmark because I subscribe to Twitter Blue. It is the most embarrassing thing I've ever done.
Oh my God. It's Jover. He bought it.
And please, let me explain. I made a lot of content laughing at Twitter and most importantly, laughing directly at the...
First, this man started buying Fortnite skins, and that's when you knew. That's when you knew, bro. First, he bought a Fortnite skin because there was a John Wick Fortnite skin. After making many, many videos about how buying skins in video games is stupid, now he bought a motherfucking blue check mark. It's Joe.
Whole idea of paying money for a service as dog shit as Twitter. So, this leads to the natural question, why? With the way people have been tagging me, like, you know, with tears in their eyes, crying about, you know, why, Charlie, why have you forsaken us? Why do you still have the blue check mark? What went wrong? Like, it feels like I just fucking stole Christmas like the Grinch. So please allow me to explain, because I have a good reason, damn it. So, like I said, I've made a lot of videos talking about a lot of Twitter goofiness, and of course one of those topics was Twitter Blue as just an idea. Like, paying for Twitter is one of the stupidest things you could ever really do.
My GOAT LeBron didn't buy it. Elon bought it for him and forced him to have it. Everybody calm down. Everybody, you're doing fake news, and that's because you hate LeGoat. LeBron would never subscribe to Le Twitter Blue. He is not a liar. He fucking said he wasn't going to buy it, and then Elon Musk forced it on it. What the fuck is that? You did not bring fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. Mirage is... My cousin has officially landed from Turkey, and Murat literally was like, "You have to bring baklava," and I told him, "Please don't do it," and Murat still forced him to bring baklava, so he did. He brought baklava. He had baklava in there. Yeah, well, let me see. No, show it to the camera. Okay, we haven't opened this yet. Oh, it smells so good. It smells so fucking good. Oh. Dur, nereye gidiyorsun oğlum? Bir tane daha bırak. Oh. On Twitter mobile, your tweets are unprotected. Sorry if you addressed this already. Wait, really? Why? No, they're not. No, it's probably Austin Hawks, dude. That was fucking incredible. Yeah, Larry Elder, the El Dussy, has announced his 2024 White House bid. A man who couldn't even fucking beat gruesome Gary Newsom. Gary. That baklava fucked me up. Oh, fuck, that felt so good. Oh. Your 2024 viewership about to be lit. It's weird. It's weird that a dude I absolutely eviscerated, dumpstered, if you will, is running for president now. It's very odd. That was so good. Larry Elder is the Beto O'Rourke of the Republican Party. That's so funny. This is a great take. Fuck, dude. That shit was fire.
I'm Alex Michelson. This week, the issue.
I know everybody.
Trey Parker lives in all of social media. Recently, on the podcast Chapo Trap House, Hasan talked about his experiences on the live streaming website Twitch. He's widely followed there as well. Welcome to you both. Good to have you on The Issue Is.
Thank you for having us.
All right, let's start with the big news of the week, which is President Trump's comments about foreign interference.
This fucking guy. I can't believe this dude is running for president. Bro, please have us on Pygar on stream one day. Fuck no. Nah, dude. How do you look younger now? It's called shaving. It's this wonderful process called shaving. That's how I did it. If I also shaved my mustache, I would look even younger. But yeah, I own a house, so I'm a bad guy now. Was this before Larry Elder ran for California governor? Yeah. You were a fat fuck back then? That's why? No, I was literally skinnier back then than I am now. So you're wrong about that. Just the camera adds 10 pounds. Yeah, this is a wild, but perhaps expected change of events. Why wouldn't it happen? The weirdest things that you suspect. It's the weird things that you assume could happen will always happen. Also, Joseph Robinette Biden is making plans for the 2024 re-election announcement next week. So there's that too. Biden is preparing to announce re-election campaign next week. Byron. Stop running. I mean, he has the incumbent advantage, right? You got to take advantage of that. You got to use that. I guess. I don't fucking know. Who you voting for? Oh, I'm voting for fucking Robert Kennedy. Clearly. His principled stance against vaccines has captivated me. I will be illegally voting for Marianne Williamson and RFK Jr. You know, I'm voting for JFK, actually. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers is supporting Robert Kennedy on Twitter because, of course, he is. Awesome. Fuck, I want another baklava so bad. Broadcast cameras have large zoom on them. Subjects look flatter. I don't fucking know. Should we watch the When the Detective is a Criminal? Let's do it. Let's do murder.
Police discover the most gruesome murder they had ever come across in the small town of Clyde, Ohio. One detective in particular was determined to track down the depraved killer. However, the ghastly scene would not be the only shocking.
You know what? I'm being wild right now. My cousin just fucking flew in from Turkey. I should spend time with them. I'm being ridiculous. I'm gonna end it here. I know. Normally I end it at 7 p.m. and today I'm ending it at 6:22. Only a 5-hour broadcast, a half day, if you will. Tomorrow is another day where we have a lot of fun reacts lined up for tomorrow. I got the creepy cult infiltrated on TikTok. We got the material so classified we forgot how to make it. We got the Donald Trump exposed the truth about Kim Jong-un, World War III, and Elon Musk. And When the Detective is a Criminal. We got a lot of fun reacts lined up for tomorrow. And, we'll cover the Larry Elder stuff too. It's a loaded, slammed, jam-packed episode. And I hope you guys are excited for it. I'm going to go be a good relative. I'll be a good cousin. But yeah, I will be here tomorrow, 11 a.m. Bright and early. Some more updates. Sunday's a big day. Sunday is pup day. So get excited for that. And there will be a first day with the puppy stream. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force.